Afternoon all. How we doing? How we doing? Oh, not looking good out there today. Raining, raining. Got the Cassette t-shirt on, look. Because we still got some Cassette action to get over with. Well, I think it was Anthony in first, but loads of people got knocked off. So apologies for that. Mr. Man Cave's in. Aaron, hi Aaron. Derek, Timothy, Mrs. Cruncher, yeah, she's still rough. She's still not well at all. Afternoon, Harvey. Michael Hyde. David Tagg. Yeah, well, let's hope so. I mean, not looking good still today. Strange. Benji's in. Hi, Benji. Peter. Hi, Peter. Afternoon, Nick. Robert, how are you, mate? 10 out of 10. Yeah, Robert had an AVO meter off me. I think that was his Christmas present to himself. Yeah, let's hope she gets better soon. Thanks, Rob. Rob Titheridge. Hi, Rob. Platonics. I think that sounds better, Nick. Afternoon, Lee. Hi, Thomas. Brilliant stuff. Tune in, Lee. How you doing, mate? Hey, your stars change colour, Lee. That means you're the oldest channel member yet. I can't remember. I think it's after a month it changes colour. So each month it changes colour, I think. So newer members are blue. Then it goes to that sort of lighter blue. Then there's all sorts of different other colours. So thanks for sticking with it, Lee. Harvey's got sore fingers. Hi, Mike. Mike Cass. Mark J. Hi, Mark. Yeah, fingers crossed. Simap. Afternoon, Simap. Hackers sings Love Me Do. Aaron, hello, mate. How are you? I'm just jumped again. I'm just going down through the chat. Les is in. Afternoon, Les. And Multi. Afternoon, Multi and Brett. Thomas, hi Thomas. Thomas, we've got two Thomases. Thomas Kitts and Thomas Howe. Thanks, Thomas. Rob's radio channel. How you doing, Rob? Joseph Donovan. Sun is shining. I don't know if you can hear the rain here, but it's absolutely tipping it down at the moment. Afternoon, Barry. Colin, afternoon, Colin and Chris. All the gear, no idea. Great video earlier, Chris. Really enjoyed that. Some brilliant construction there, mate. Absolutely top notch. So if you've not watched all the gear, no ideas video from this morning, the premiere, then you need to click on and have a look after the stream. Afternoon, Phil. Phil the Power Tailor. Danish. Afternoon to you, mate. Space Cadets, yeah. Derek Cooper, right, Derek? Thanks, Harvey. Still trying to catch up here. New badge for tuning. Good one, Lee. GT Jeff. Afternoon, Jeff. Afternoon, Peter. You're going to wear your resistor shirt. Afternoon, Anthony. Thanks, mate. Yeah, it's sort of, I can see sunshine out there. I think it's just sort of showers going over, but. RV, how you doing, mate? Yeah, thanks, Chris. 4 cold days. Yeah, I'm not sure. So I've got a couple good beers today. I've got what am I doing today? Let's have a look. I'm doing some goblin, and then I'm going to have the finger. So I'm going to do some goblin first, I think, and then I'm going to have the finger. Here to present it, as always. He's got a reprieve. He's got a reprieve. There he is. There's Penguin. He's the beer king. So yeah, Mr. Penguin's got us the finger. So I'm going to have the finger later. But I'm going to do some goblin first. So I'm going to have some goblin, which is King Goblin. 6.6%. So I need to get that in the glass, really, don't I? Oh dear. It was a vacuum cleaner. Had a postcard from your dog. Now hold up with your ex who resides on a vineyard in Italy with your goldfish dish and toss. That's cruel, Joseph, isn't it? That's absolute cruelty, mate. Snowblower. Steve, afternoon to you, mate. And Penguin. He's here. Christmas is over. Yeah, but a Penguin's for life, not just for Christmas, Sean. So yeah, Goblin. We'll say no more. I'm sure I'm coming down with Mrs. Cruncher's illness. So going in with the King Goblin to start. We'll save the finger till later, look. We'll have the bishop's finger later. See what it's like. Oh dear. I mean, better because it's Penguin and he's helping out, look. You need to put your hand in there, Penguin, really. Just sort of get the beer ready, really. Penguin's been on it. Nice one, Multi. You didn't get me any bishop's finger, Rob? I think you said about getting it, but you got some of those rums instead, I think. Does anyone know if you can use a 240 AC to 120 volt 50 hertz step down transformer? I think we sort of discussed that last week, didn't we? I think we said you can. It depends what you're using to power it. I think we did say that if you're using it for something with a motor, the motor might run slow. If it's just a radio, then it shouldn't cause any problems. Are we going to have a happy ending today? I hope so. I certainly got you in suspense last week because I've been busy. 6.6. Yeah, it is good stuff. It's on offer at the moment, Lee, which is the reason why I bought it. So we got the old Weira Christmas opener, which is a proper opener, that is. Serious opener. Penguin, let me have it. Get off. Get off. Oh, aggressive. He's aggressive. The goat looks cheeky. Yeah, the goat. He looks like he's going for the soda wick. Actually, you gotta watch them. They start chewing on everything. Afternoon, Russ. Russie, how are you? Martin, how are you, mate? Yeah, no, I do remember those. I mean, anybody? Well, I'm sure all of us UK people remember the old three-pin round plugs. So there's still a fair few houses have got them. Well, there used to be when I was a gas engineer. I don't know if I've actually got one here, but you used to be able to get an adapter that you plugged in. So it was three pin round. You plugged it in the wall, and I think you had 2 or 3 square pin or rectangular pin outputs. It's good luck. It was good luck, Harvey, till I seen it, and then it went. Andrew, little boy, how are you, mate? He's still here. Yeah, Penguin's still here. I'm surprised Jess hasn't been on to check up on Penguin. He normally pops up to see how he is. Yeah, not too bad, Russ. Not too bad, mate. Yeah, I know the old ones. The old ones didn't. I think they even had 2-pin ones originally. But yeah, I do remember the 3-pin ones. I suppose they were in the older houses, really, like the older Victorian type houses. Probably rewired in the sort of 40s, 50s. I don't know, Rob. His box is actually ready for him to go in, and I keep hiding him. I was too late, Harvey, was I? I think you find it's gone, mate. Multi had a lot of fingers in him. That's good to have it on cask, though, Multi. I do like a nice finger. Picture in my email. Cheers, Martin. Paul Green, how are you, mate? Any vacuum tube radios on the agenda? Yes. Yeah, I've got one down here, actually. I've got one down here, which is GT Jeff's bargain Bakelite vintage radio, which is, what is it? A GEC. So I've got a GEC down there to do. Also, we've still got to finish that Murphy from Christmas. Remember the Murphy? I can't remember exactly what was wrong with it now, but I know it was very low gain, I think, wasn't it? Ever tried potato wine? I don't think so. I've had parsnip wine, elderflower wine, blackberry wine. I've done most of them, but potato wine, I don't think so. I might have done, Aaron. I might have done. Tried most of them. There's a type with a round earth pin and like 2 slots. Yeah, I found a good website. Strong. I know there's a potato whiskey, I think, in there, something like that. They brew in Ireland. Is it Puchin or something like that? Totally illegal, I believe. But that's supposed to be pretty good stuff. Thank you, Rob. Cheers, mate. Yeah, I don't remember any DC, but yeah, I think you're right there, Sean. I think that's the good gear. That's what you meant, Aaron, was it? No, I haven't. Have I, though? Have I? Have I tried it? I think I have. I think I have. God, there was a load of Irish chaps came over to do the roads down through Crediton where I used to live, and I think one of those brought some over. But yeah, I think it was quite a hazy night that. So I believe I did have some. He did a bit of singing as well. He was a really good singer. I bet not, Harvey. You should go over there to live, mate. Puchin, yeah. Pochin? Puchin, I think, isn't it? Doubles up as tractor fuel. I bet it does, Joseph. Well, I've done a bit of gobbling. Quite nice. Let's say bye to Penguin. Bye, Penguin. Say bye. Bye. See you next week. Right, I've been busy. The board is back on the deck. Now, I've done a fair bit on this week, and this is the fallout really. And if you remember last week, we had this capacitor here which was shorted. I've got a little X I put on it. That was shorted, pulling the power rail down to ground. So I get the if I get the schematic back up again, if I can find it. I'll show you what I found. I'll go through it on the my browser's been updated apparently. RPC1. I'll show you what I found, and I've also found something interesting yesterday on the radio that Harvey had actually. Because if you remember, we had a problem with the AM on that radio, and I swapped the board out for the one in mine, so I've still got them here to do. So yesterday when Les came over, we worked through the board and did a bit of brainstorming and sorted out, I'm pretty sure, sorted out what the issue is. Right, here's the circuit for the RPC1. Going a bit bigger. So if you remember this capacitor here, so the signal comes up through the collector of TR2 and TR3. TR4, as I learnt, and people have sent me links to bits and pieces and explained to me what this emitter follower is. I'm still not 100%, but I know the configuration now. Basically, the collector is connected to the rail, and when the transistor is switched on, the signal actually passes through the emitter, not the collector. So the signal pretty much comes through this way, goes down through here, out through this rail, out through this capacitor here, CE9, out through this switch, up to this switch, and out to point number 22, which if we look over this side of the schematic, point number 22 is the audio. So our audio output comes off point 22. So this capacitor was shorted. So what that would have done, that would have dragged the power rail down to ground. I'm surprised it didn't cause any issues. But anyway, that was the first one that we found at the end of the stream. Really, that's how we left it, by changing this one last week. And I did say I'd get the other ones. I'd look at the other ones. So basically, lifted every leg on all of the electrolytics, and a good 50% of them were quite a way out. But on the same rail, C5 over here, CE5, this one, this was also shorted. So both of these caps on the rail were shorted, which I found very strange. And when I had a look through, I decided that in the what's its name of thoroughness, in the pursuit of thoroughness, I would pull the transistors as well and check them. Because if you remember, we pulled out TR2, TR3, and TR4, and they all checked out fine. So I went out and I pulled the other ones out. And all was looking good until I came to TR10 over here. And again, it's on this power rail. Now, speaking to Les, this is some sort of voltage regulator circuit. Because it's got these Zener diodes in it, and Les seems to think it's some sort of voltage regulator. I'm not really sure where the voltage is going to, whether it's feeding these with lower voltage down here. I'm not 100% sure how this section works, but Les did try explaining it to me. But so basically, TR10 was reading as a Darlington transistor. A Darlington transistor is like two transistors in one package, quite high gain. So it's reading as a Darlington transistor, and I'll show you in a minute. I've got it here. was reading as a Darlington transistor. Now I've got some more of these. These are ZTX 550. So I have some of those. I've got 4 or 5 of those in stock. So I pulled another one out and tested it, and sure enough, it tested as a normal transistor. So all of this shenanigans here with these caps shorting has somehow damaged this transistor as well. All the other transistors are fine, just this one that's a problem. Now I've been through the diodes and tested them. I haven't taken them out of circuit, but they're all testing as Zeners because they're in circuit still. So they've all got diode junctions on them. So I'm pretty much there. I think I've got it now. I think we are good to go. So yeah, as I say, this emitter follower thing, I understand roughly how it works. It's current driven, not voltage driven apparently. Had I tested for 4 volts here when I had it all together, I probably would have sussed that I was missing my 4 volts. And that would have probably led me up here a bit quicker. But it's quite nice to just work through all the circuit to hit that point, really, and find that that was wrong. So anyway, I've been in and I've done all of the transistors, all of the capacitors. Where's the goat? Yes. So they're all done. Right, let's have a look then. Did heavy snow in Ireland, really? You rub Putin to the legs of racing dogs to make them run faster. Christ. All sewed. It's a shame. One can self-combust on it. I was just catching up with a chat. Still works, brilliant stuff, Harvey. Phillips. Yeah, someone, I think it was John. John sent me an email saying that he's had a lot of those Phillips caps shorted. Apparently, they're quite well known in the industry for shorting. Now, I have had some shorted, not a lot. Yeah, it was a strange one, Harvey, wasn't it? Batamble, afternoon, mate, or morning to you. It has a current overload shutdown, is what that circuit is it? Yeah, it's strange because the motor was running, wasn't it, Derek? It's worried sick. Was CE12 a dud as well? Well, I mean, we can have a look at them a minute. We can have a look at them because I have got the ESR meter here. So this was the first one that was gone that we looked at last week. So if I get this camera in on here, I'll stick this in picture, and then I'll stick the circuit up on the. I'll stick the circuit up on the screen. Let's get up on the screen. No, not that. You don't want that, you fool. So you should have, yeah, okay. So this is CE8 here now. Let's zoom in a little bit closer. So this is CE8 on the component, on the capacitance tester, or ESR meter. So as you can see, that one's saying in circuit leaky. And just keep that in the back of your mind. So that's the 330 that was on the back of the board, if you remember rightly. And this is the other one. This is CE5. This is a 6.8 microfarad. Again, in-circuit leaky. So that's CE5 here on the same rail. Now, what was it? I was asked then which one? CE12. CE12. Let's have a look which one CE12 is. CE12, that's the motor. It says motor on, motor off. There's a couple voltages there, but see what CE12 value is. I think if it's one of the 220s, then they were all way out. CE, where are we? IF module cassettes over here. CE12, yeah, 220. Okay. So yeah, the 220s were all quite a way out. I say quite a way out. I think they were reading about 330, so they're about 100 microfarads out. So if I look at the 220s, I've got 3 220s here. So here's the first one. Again, these are all for these blue Phillips caps, look. So that should be 220. It's reading 347, so it's gone very high. It's not shorted. And the next one, another 220. 357. And the last 220. 332. So they've all gone really high. But if we stick the multimeter on them, see if I can get that in the picture. Can I get that in the picture? If we can get the glare off of it. There we go. So let's pop the multimeter. I mean, normally with a capacitor, if you test it with a multimeter, you'll find that it creeps up in ohms mode because you're charging it, as we said last week, and then when you reverse the leads, you discharge it. So if I go across this first one, this is the one that we checked last week, 330. That's basically a 5 ohm resistor, that one. Yeah. And it's dead stable. It's shorted, that one. It's a 5 ohm resistor, and it's 6.8 is a 12 ohm resistor. And as an example, let's pick out another 6.8. There's another one. So this one isn't shorted, I believe. Go across that one. So you can see that the readings going all over the place. It's probably because I haven't got a very good connection to it. Let's just try that a bit better. Need some clip leads, really. There we go. So you can see it's rising. And if I reverse the leads, it should start falling again. Yeah. So you can see that cap is charging and discharging. The other ones are totally shot. So yeah, there you are. And the other thing of interest, as I say, was this little tiny transistor. This is TR10, which you can see down here. I'm not sure what to say. Les says it's some sort of voltage regulation circuit. It's doing all sorts of weird things. It's got a bypass cap over the top of it, C10. So let's check that on the component tester. That way, left a bit, right a bit. So this should be just a normal bipolar transistor. I think it's a sort of power transistor. This is ZTX 550. So you can see it's reading as a Darlington bijunction transistor, which it's not. It's not a Darlington transistor. So yeah, that one, I don't know whether it's leaky, there's something gone wrong internally in it, but it's not reading right. And say a brand new one of these reads fine. So yeah, that's that. The other thing I've done is the belt. Let's just yeah, let's just get rid of that picture in picture, stick me back in there. So the other thing I've done is the belt, and I don't know if you can see the belt, but it's hang on, we've got some blooming notification rubbish coming up here. I don't know if you can see the belt, but it's sort of egg shaped. If you know what I mean, it's egg shaped. So it's definitely stretched. It's not springing back. I could try microwaving it, might spring it back. But end of the day, the belt that fits is this one here from CPC. Now, I bought a batch of about 20 of these belts a while back because they seem to fit quite a lot of things. And it's AV belt 113 from CPC. Yeah, it's unusual, isn't it? But I say, I think it was John Turner, I think, sent me a message saying that he did have experience that a lot of them were short of these Phillips. He's found it quite a lot. So there you are. Thank you, Rob, for the multimeter clip leads. Cheers, mate. Rolf, how are you, mate? Cyberflyer, hi Cyber. I'll catch up with the Mac Vision, afternoon Mac Vision. Let's have a look. Yeah, Les had a good look through. Large casualty list. Pretty much, Matamble, yes, pretty much. So the overload shutdown bit will be to prevent damage if the tape locked up. Okay, I understand. So R39 and TR11 will turn off TR10 if the current gets too high. Yeah, interesting, Derek. Let me just have a look at that then. So R39 and TR11, let's have a look at that. So Derek's saying if the current gets too high, in other words, the motor's jammed, it's pulling a lot of current. TR11, which is this one in here, and R39. I'm not sure what this underneath here means, Derek. It's got 1.1. I assume I'm on the screen. Let's make sure I am. Yeah. It's got 1.1 or 1+1 underneath the R39, which is a bit strange. But we did check R39 and it reads fine. We checked R39, we checked R46, I think we checked R15 as well, and they're all good. So this circuit here is an overcurrent protection circuit then. So if all of a sudden it starts pulling too much power to ground, that would create a different bias on TR11 and shut it off somehow. I don't know, but there you are. That's what Derek knows his stuff. As I say, where'd you learn all this stuff, you know? Years of experience, isn't it? Yeah, whether it's because they're drawing a bit higher current than these caps would normally see, Harvey, I don't know, because in a normal radio, it's not pulling as much current as a cassette deck would, is it really? It's not bad for 40 years, sure, no, you're right. Average of 50% high then, yeah. I mean, it should only be sort of 20% max. Although back in the day, I suppose they were plus 50, minus 10, weren't they, some of them? Hailing heavily, there you go, you got it now. Pass transistor and the voltage reg. Like in the pinball videos. Ralph, I've got another one to watch later by the sound of it. Still trying to catch up. Chickens laid bells. I've worked on a General Electric Cathedral radio. No, I haven't, Aaron. I don't think TR11's failed. It was TR10 that went a bit funny, SIMAP. So RB saying it's a current overload resistor. It generates a voltage and the pass transistor is shut off. So Derek's saying the more current through R39, the higher the voltage. When it gets to 0.6, 0.7, TR11 starts to conduct. Do caps ages? Not sure what you mean there. Snow, southeast. I bet, yeah. Yeah, I think you got a picture of the selenium or metal rectifier on your cover there, Ralph, so we'll have to look at that. No, it was T10 SIMAP that had gone. It was reading as a Darlington for some reason. This one here, TR10, was reading as a Darlington. I mean, Darlington, I think a Darlington is like a double transistor package, isn't it? So it should be high gain, but it was reading exactly the same gain, which is about 182, I think, as the new one, but the new one was just reading as a normal transistor, where this was reading as a Darlington. But yeah, TR11 was fine. I tested that one. So yeah, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. So say that's the belt that I've changed. I've done that one. This is the deck. I have partially reassembled it. So the board is back on there with all its new capacitors. And I've completely replaced all of the electrolytics for all axial caps. And I've done the belt, which you can just about sort of see down here, I suppose. You can just about see that. It's not a lot tighter, to be fair, but it's certainly tighter than this thing was. I mean, you can feel it's nasty. The other thing I've done, I've used some of this stuff, which is horrible stuff. There's an idler wheel inside that does the fast forward rewind, and that had gone pretty hard, so I've just put that on the end of a cotton bud and wiped it around the wheel, which has freed it up. Not freed it up, it's softened it up a bit. It's still quite hard, but it's a lot better than it was. So that's that. And what else have I done? I've done the aerial. If you remember, the aerial was down below the case. So I've done that. I put some heat shrink on it and clipped it back in with the P-clip. So really, all that's left is to put this thing back in and try it. Put it back in and try it. The Darlington didn't. Well, the HFE was the same as a standard one. I think the Darlington would have had a higher HFE, wouldn't it? Surely. Well, I suppose it depends what transistor it is. I mean, I've got some Darlington transistors. I'm going to have some more gobble in a minute. Carther, afternoon, mate. Roberto, how are you, mate? Right. Let's get the chassis back up then. So, as I say, a lot of those caps were way over, so I decided to just bite the bullet. Spoke to the owner, said, look, they're all out, they ought to be changed, and he was quite happy for me to carry on and get those done. Unfortunately, these axial caps are not cheap. If I tried to do it with radial caps, I probably got the space to do it on most of them, but there isn't much clearance inside. There's not much clearance inside height-wise, and there's a lot of bits of the cassette that are in the way. So it was best to just do them with axials. So I say they're all axial caps, which is quite expensive. I mean, I priced it up. At a quick guess, it's probably just under 30 quid's worth of caps gone in that, just to buy them. You know, although I've got them in stock, I've still got to replace them. And unfortunately, the prices are going up and up and up, and people aren't stocking them, or there is no stock. So yeah, totally recapped. So the only thing, one other thing I haven't finished yet, because I was on it for a good half an hour and I lost the will. Was the see if I can get the overhead camera in at a frisky angle here. See if I can get the overhead camera in at a bit of a frisky angle. Yeah, let's do that. Let's autofocus that. Let's get a bit of light down. Don't know how well you can see that, but it's the pinch roller. Strange, it's not showing that up for some reason. It's just lighting the camera up a bit. Too bright. It might be that that's the section that I've actually cleaned. Let's darken that up a bit. So that's a pinch roller. Yeah, it actually, I think it is the section that I've already cleaned. If I just move it around, you can't really see it on the camera. Oh yeah, there you go. So that's a bit I haven't cleaned. Look, can you see the brown stripe on it? Yeah, that's better. Can you see that brown stripe? So, I mean, if I was to leave that, what I'd end up with is a cassette deck that loved eating tapes. So you can see I've done 3/4 of it. I've just left that final piece to do. It's took ages to get off. There's just a bit of fluff on it there. It's taken ages to get that off, so I've just got to do that little bit there. Look. So that's to do. So the best way to do it is with these, which I actually bought by accident, but they are absolutely ideal for this, because you do need to put a fair bit of pressure on. These are really big swabs. I compare it to a cotton bud, if I've got one here somewhere. I'm bound to not have a cotton bud now. I want one. They're normally everywhere here. And now I want one, there's not one anywhere. Yeah, compare it to a cotton bud, you can see the difference in size. Quite a bit different, and there's no fluff that comes off of these. They're just like a foam tipped. They're perfect for cleaning pinch rollers. Not so good for heads because they're a bit big, but I have cleaned the head. I haven't demagnetized it yet, so we need to do that. But let's see if I can get you in. I'm just trying to think what's going to be the best way of cleaning it. Is that angle there. So if I get you right in with the... So you can see the brown stripe there on it. If I rotate the wheel, you can see where I haven't cleaned it. Just there. But it takes a fair bit of effort to get this off, I can tell you. I must have spent half an hour easily cleaning that, so I thought I'd get that done and out of the way so as not to bore you stupid. But you've really got to go at this. So I mean I've just given that a good go and it's not even touched it. So you basically got to use the edge of this thing. Go at sort of 45 degrees. Now I can't see now because the camera's in the wrong way around, but this is isopropyl, not acetone. I wouldn't use acetone on it. Christ. I mean, acetone would get it off, but it could damage the rubber. I could use rubber renew on this, but again, that's really aggressive and it will swell the pinch roller up, which could affect the woe and flutter. It would affect the woe and flutter and make it unstable. So I mean, I've got a bit off, but is that got it yet? No, it's not. Look, it's not even touched it hardly. I think Sony recommend, I can't remember what the name of it is, but for us it's methylated spirits. I can't remember what they call it. Denatured alcohol, I think they call it. How are we doing? No, still got it. Still there. It's going. It's gradually going. Look, it's still there. And I mean, I'm not pressing gently on this, I'm really giving it some stick. Scrubbing it. You certainly wouldn't do this with a normal cotton bud. Oh, we're getting there. It's got some gaps in it now. So yeah, it's getting there. But it ain't coming off easy. It is a pain. Dids, afternoon Dids. Used to use window lean. I don't know what would happen to him, Danish, if you dipped him in acetone. He'd probably melt. Yeah, so it's basically this stuff, which is just isopropyl alcohol. I think it's 99.9% isopropyl. That's all I'm using. Right, let me zoom back out again because I'm going to have to stick my eyes on and get in here. Get in here a bit closer so I can see what I'm doing. So I give you an idea of how difficult it is to get this off. Yeah. So I say the best method seems to be using just the edge and going across the pinch roller at 45 degrees. You can see how long it takes to get it off. And it's still not off. I've even broken a couple of these swabs trying to get it off. I mean, the actual pinch roller itself is quite soft. I mean, it's quite flexible. It's just, it's had a lot of tapes through this, and unfortunately no one's ever serviced it, and it's just ingrained. Right, I'm nearly there, I think. Just the last final piece. It's a real scrub it up job. I don't think I've ever had one this bad. Normally they clean up quite easily. I think that's got it. Yeah, we got it. As I say, I have cleaned the head, I've cleaned the capstan. We need to check the azimuth and that in a bit. Let's get rid of any other dust that's accumulated on here. Yeah, so let's just get you back in then. I'm going to use a fresh one and just wipe off any bits of fluff that are on there. Going to get you some swabs. I think if you search for, I think they use these for cleaning printer heads. So I've never ever had one that bad before. Still a bit of dirt coming off of it now, look. Or maybe I'm starting to remove rubber now, but this has got to be really clean. If it's shiny like that, then you've got all sorts of problems. I've heard of people using a bit of emery paper on them and all sorts, you know, a bit of wet and dry, but try and use as least as possible on them. So that's done now, look. If I get you back down, we now have a nice clean pinch roller. What a game. So I've used about 8 of those, I think. I've used about 8 of these things, and you can see that's the very last one I've used just to take off the last bit of muck. So I don't think you'd have stood much chance with a normal cotton swab there. You'd have had to use something a bit stronger on it. I say I could have popped this rubber renew stuff on it. I could have put some of that on it. Maybe that would have released it a bit better, but it does make the rubber swell up. And it takes quite a while for it to sort of settle back down. There you are. Get yourself a pack of these off of, I think I got these off of eBay or Amazon. I say I bought them by mistake because I wanted the smaller ones. I wanted these. Let me get them out of the packet. Yeah, so I wanted to buy these. These are sort of cotton bud size, and they're better because they don't leave any curly bits. So if I get the cotton bud up again, you can see it's a very similar size to cotton bud, but it's quite thin, so you can get in between things a lot easier than you can with the cotton bud. You've got a flat surface, and then it's pointed on the edges. And then these, I say they're much bigger. So there you are. That's my swab session for today. But hopefully helpful to you people that are doing these sort of things. I sort of learned by trial and error, really. Right, let's demag it. Let's get the demagnetizer out. I'm going to zoom out a little bit, but I'll show you what I'm up to. Let's catch up with the chat. I still will get the rubber off too, yeah. Hang on, I'm still catching up. Whoa, I'm way behind. Harvey's saying the Man Cave Workshop car cassette players are horrible for mucky rollers and heads. I've done too many. I've got a car radio coming in soon from one of the local garages, I think, so that might be interesting to do. Paul Drake. Hi, Paul. How's that lovely R61? R861 even? Take the whole assembly off. No chance, Harvey. No. Oh, you mean take the pinch roller assembly off? Yeah, I could have done. I could have just undone the clip and taken that off, actually. It's got lots of springs and that attached to it, so... It would have been easier, Harvey, actually. Yeah, good call. Works amazing. You love the LEDs. They are bright, Paul, aren't they? So Paul had the R861 that I restored on the channel a while back. Wouldn't be good for eating ice cream. No, probably not, Sean. Posh USB cable. Video heads. I've got some weird swabs for video heads that are actually. Have you got those to hand? They're actually chamois, sort of a synthetic chamois on them for doing video heads. Apparently, that's the thing to use. They do a spear-shaped one. Yes, they do. Sign up. Blending charcoal drawings. Yeah. Anthony got yours from Amazon. Microcloth if you don't have an ice cream swab. Paul, your caps lock's jammed on, mate. It absolutely honks, Sean. Literally, you can't use it indoors, really. I don't know, Joseph. The problem with the moving pinch roller is you can get the blimmin' thing jammed in between the pinch roller and the capstan. Possibly it might have been easier, but not as accessible, really. Yeah, I think I've just sussed that, Harvey. Where are we? What a giveaway. Cheers. Drumstick for mice. Yeah, it's foul, absolutely foul stuff. I wouldn't recommend it. You've got to use it outside, really. Afternoon, Aston. The Walkman man. Hopefully you've caught up with Aston's videos. Works great. It does work very well, doesn't it, Paul? They are great radios. It's a Sanjian ATS 909. They are good radios. Gumball out of the Dalek-shaped ice cream. I can't remember what they called those. Oh, they were cone-shaped, weren't they? I can't remember what they're called now. Used to use fag papers. Anything else to sell? What do you want, Paul? I can do a 2001D. I got a lot of it here. I got some SW7600s, scanners, CB radios. You'll have to send me an email, Paul, what you're looking for, mate. Roberto, good time of the day. Repair of a rare device, restoration of a tape drive mechanism. Cheers, Roberto. You used an actual chamois for video, has used the smooth side. What make and model is your isolation variac? It is a MCP, and let me just get you down because it saves me trying to read it out. If it'll focus. Now let me go and turn off the tablet alarm a minute. I'll leave you with that picture if I can get my chair out of the way of it. Has Mrs. Cruncher gone out with the dogs? No. Alexa, stop. That's stopped everyone's Alexas now, hasn't it? That's my tablet log, because I keep forgetting to take the blimmin' things. There's so many tablets going on at the moment. Let me go and take them. Yeah, sounds like we've got the radio going full pelt in my ear as well. And am I out of those tablets? Yes, I am. So that you're looking at there is it's a variac and an isolation transformer all in one unit. I'm pretty sure it was around £300, so it wasn't cheap.
It starts tonight with snow showers in the north and a widespread frost. Outbreaks of rain and hill snow developing in central areas.
There's my tablet. Yeah, doggies. Yeah, puppies. Let's leave the door open for the... Go on then, go toilet. Right, coming back. The dog has dropped his guts. It's Coco. He's got a rancid ass at the moment. He's rancid. Right, let's just get me camera back on the bench. Problems with my chair rolling over wires. I need an office chair, I think, with off-road wheels on it to go over all the cables I keep running over. Whew. Yes, I got a couple SW55s, Paul. SW77. Whew. Screwballs, that's it. Yeah, you got it. Screwball, yeah. Minty. Ah. Yes, Paul, and you have to drop the caps, mate. I'll reinstate our capacitor, our capital letters police house. Keep taking the tablets. Simon, how you doing, mate? I need to take the tablets. Who is Mrs. Cruncher? No worries, Simap. Yeah, drop me an email, Paul, and we'll sort out something. Yeah, it's quite expensive to buy it, but it's one of those things. I wasn't happy at doing any work on any valve gear until I had an isolation transformer and a variac and a lamp limiter. Once I got those things, I was happy to have a go at them. But you love that dog, Jason. Oh, Joseph, sorry. I was calling you Jason Donovan then. Joseph, apologies for that. Rancid ass, yeah. Share too much about the dog, Seth. He is rank. I like to set alarms, Benji, because I've got to do something about it. I've got to do something about the alarm because it just does your head in. Yeah, drop me an email, Paul. Dog breath. I don't know. I think it was you, Sean, on about getting the gobstopper at the bottom of it. No worries, Roberto. Thank you for tuning in, mate. Yeah, it is nice to have it all in one unit. I didn't show you the whole thing, did I, really? The whole thing. is there. So it's got a 240 volt outlet there for banana plugs. So if you want to bring 240 volts AC out on crock leads, which we've done before, you can do that. It's got a cutout on it. It's got the 3-pin UK plug, but they do them as Euro plugs as well. And this is the variac here. It says 0 to 260 volts. It will go up to 260 volts, so it's got a bit of an overwind on it. And a fuse, and obviously the on-off switch down the bottom. It's a heavy, heavy bit of kit though. It's got a huge toroidal transformer inside it. 80, how you doing, mate? There we go. Okay. Too many broken farts. So I definitely need an off-road chair because I'm running over the cables again. Okay, right. Demagnetizing. That was the next thing, wasn't it? Let's get the old demagnetizer down if I can find it. And I did try and put it somewhere safe, which is probably not a great idea. There we go. There he is. Because I mean, end of the day, if it's got that much muck on the what am I trying to say? If it's got that much muck on the capstan pinch roller, it's got to be magnetized, which will make it all woolly, and yeah, it won't sound great if it's got magnetic head. I mean, there must be some sort of tool that you can check to see if the head is magnetic. I suppose I could sort of put a bit of capacitor leg near it, and if it sticks to capacitor leg, then it's magnetic. No, not really. I mean, I suppose it would have to be pretty bad for it to stick to a metallic object, wouldn't it? So I don't think it's overly magnetized, but nonetheless, we'll get the demagnetizer fired up. So I'm going to plug this in. So I'm going to switch it on out of the way a bit. I've not got it switched on yet. Let's get you back in on the Mac. So we're just looking at metallic objects in the tape path, not the erase head, obviously. So I'm going to switch this off over here, switch it on over here. So it's now turned on. It's got a rubber boot on the end. So as I come in towards the thing, I'm just going to go in gently towards the head. It'll start buzzing. So pinch roller area, capstan. Finish up with a head. Gradually move it away. And turn it off. There we go, demagged. Hopefully I haven't erased my memory at the same time. Rob, you got your caps lock on again, mate. Yes, it would damage other things, mate. Damage or demagnetize? It would certainly damage other things, yeah. Probably take your watch out, I suspect. Yeah, no, you're right, Harvey. Let's set the old caps lock thing going again, I think, because there's a lot of caps going on here. Let's get Mr. Stream Elements sorted out for some caps lock protection here. You seem to slacken a little bit since I turned it off. So let me go in and just re-enable that. So if you put excessive caps in your message, it will time you out for 2 minutes. Let me just sign in. So, timers, spam filters, cast protection. Okay, here we go. So, timeout duration 2 minutes. Nobody's immune from it. Advanced settings, maximum amount, minimum characters 8. 60% of the message. No, the message. Let's go for 20. Let's pop that on. So there we are. We now have caps protection. Saves the moderators telling people off all the time. Spam and chips. No worries, Rob. Flux remover. I've fixed everything else on it. You might as well do it all, don't you, really? Spam? What are we talking about now? We got off on a tangent. What else have I got to do to this deck before I put it back in the radio? Don't think I've got to do anything, have I? So here's our radio. What's left of it. One other thing I wanted to check was these big caps in the amplifier section, because this is the audio amplifier down here. Now it does sound great, but it's worth just checking these, because once the cassette deck goes back in here, it's bye-bye amplifier board. We can't get at it anymore. So I think it's worth just checking these now. So although it might be working all right, they might be on the edge of failure, if you know what I mean. Let's just get this demagnetizer up out the way. So I'm going to try them in circuit. So it looks like we've got 2,000 microfarad caps in there. Cheers, Sean. Try and get the glare off of that a bit. So these might not read in circuit. I might have to take them out. If it says in circuit leaking, then I'm going to have to lift the leg, I think. But I need to check these before I put that deck back in. 1,500 on 1,000. What's 20% on 1,000? 200, isn't it? So is that a bit high? It's 1,000 plus 20%. Come on, you mathematicians. Teabag squeezing time. Fantastic on the amateur bands. Yeah, it worked really well when I gave it a run through, Paul. You have ancient devices that are 32 years old. USSR TS43101, TS4353. Ah. 1200. I thought it was. It is high, isn't it? That's gone high. Let's try the next one. Another 1000. Hang on. Get it on. 1386. Bottom, mate. Oh dear. What have we got down the back here? I can't quite see what these are. What's that one there? 47. $53, that one's probably okay. Thank you very much, Sean. $1,200 plus 6. 47, it's reading 53, probably not too bad. What's that one there? Can't see that one. .87 is probably 2.2 then, so that's probably not too bad. Oh, is this a 33? Reading 38. Another 33. In circuit leaky. It is in circuit, so that's not necessarily bad. And this last one, I can't see what this is. 120. I think that's probably 100, but I can't quite see it. So I think probably the 2000 microfarads need to come out, don't they? I've lost track of what the other ones were now. If we take these two out of the way, then I can probably see a bit better. So I'm just going to mark the positives on the board. Put a little dot on the positive. There. And there, because I'll totally forget. So again, these have got to be fairly low profile, although I might be able to squeeze a radio in there to keep the cost down, because a big 1000 microfarad axial capacitor is not cheap. Let's just get one up. Let's get one up on, let's have a look. Farnell would be where I buy it, because they only charge a small handling fee rather than a large postage fee like RS do now and CPC, unless you spend over God knows how much. So let's go 1, 2, 3, UF axial fish hay. Okay, so this is what I mean about the price of these things at the moment. Look, one capacitor, £5.76. So we really need to make sure that we're not changing these just for the hell of it. So 25 volts is 576, 63 volts 483. That includes that. £5, £4.50, £6.71, £3.95, £10.64, £7.27, £11.84, £4.07. That's the cheapest one so far. £4.20, £4.50. Oh, £1.56. 1000 microfarad. Oh, 6.3 volts. So that ain't going to be no good. 398, 16 volts. You can see this is for just one capacitor. You imagine if you had 10 of these, you're looking at 30 odd quid before you even start. Well, if it's 4 quid each. So if I sort the price, we want to sort it ascending, so the cheapest first. So 6.3 is the cheapest, but it's only 6.3 volts, that's useless. The next one is in US stock, so you get a delivery surcharge for that. And we want to sort this as in stock and no delivery surcharges as well. Point searching through stuff and ended up, I think the delivery surcharge for US stock is $15.95. So the next cheapest one is a 10 volt. Again, that ain't gonna be big enough, I don't think. I don't know what the voltages are on these yet. I think that one's 16 volts, that one. So we'd need a 16 volt, and that's £3.58. Bearing in mind you've got a £2 surcharge on top of that, so if I just ordered one cap, that would be £3.50. that'd be £5.58 for that cap. That's 16 volts, 105 degrees as well, which is good, plus or minus 20%. We've got up to 25 volts, 105 degrees, £3.66. 25 volts, £3.95. So we're looking roughly around about £3.5–4 pounds, aren't we? So they ain't cheap. They are not cheap. And when you're repairing stuff for people, you know, we always try and keep the cost down as best we can. But with the price of this stuff through the roof, it is getting very expensive to do them. As I say, I can stick radios in maybe, which are a lot cheaper. I think because these caps aren't used that much these days, only the likes of us that use them, so it pushes the price up. Afternoon, Jess, how are you? Spelling mistake, yeah, I know. I know, it's mental money, isn't it? Yeah, CBC are a bit strangely. I mean, I did order a 12 volt one of those lead acid sealed lead acid batteries. They want a Yaesu, it's their own brand one, and it came with a corner stoved in on it. And to be fair, they did dispatch another one straight away, and said that they get UPS to come and pick the other one up, and they never showed up to pick it up. So I ended up with two. So. Yeah, Jess did ask me about TikTok. I said no. I wouldn't want to go on TikTok, really. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go on it, to be fair. You're tempted to start making caps for a living. They're so expensive. For one capacitor, people think capacitors are like 10–15 pence each, but they're blimmin' not. No worries, Paul. You put radials in there if there's height. Yeah, this is the problem. 1,000 microfarads can be quite high. And this is literally right on top of it. So let's just have a quick look, see what clearance we have got. So it's roughly there. Yeah, there isn't enough clearance in there, I don't think, to get radials in. They've got to be axials. It's not a great picture, is it? Yeah, they've got to be axials. There is next to no clearance there. I mean, that's not even in the right place. It's there. So it's got about 5 mil above that before it touches the board. So, unfortunately, it has to be has to be axials. If I've got some 1000 microfarads, which I have. I've got some 40 volt ones, but they're probably about a tenner each, so we won't be putting those in. I've got some normal ones. These are a bit cheaper. Now, where have I bought those from? I've got these, but they're only 10 volts, so that ain't no good. Ooh, we could have to order some of these in. I have only got 40 volt ones, which is a similar size to that big one, but it's a bit excessive. I'm just trying to see, have we got any more thousands? 100, 1500. No. So I'm right out of the smaller 1000 microfarad caps. Oh. What do we do? Can we maybe lay one down? That doesn't sound good, does it? Sounds like I'm about to go to the loo. I'm gonna go and lay one down a minute. What's 1000? So that one's 16 volts. The other one's 10 volts. So I can probably get away with the 10 volt one in there, because that's 10 volt. But this one is 16, so it's obviously bigger for a reason. It's a 12 volt set, so it's quite close. I would be tempted to put 25 volt in there. So let's have a look what I've got in here. Have I got any lower profile ones maybe? What are these? So these are 1000 at 25, so I could lie one down maybe, but I don't think there's enough room on the legs. It might just fit. A fairly low profile. All the rest are quite a lot bigger. And these are 16 volt. Much thinner, but again I wouldn't be able to stretch the legs. I'd have to run a jumper across really, which is a bit of a botch, isn't it? We've got here 35 volt, 1000 microfarad, 85 degrees. These are Nichicon 105 degrees, which is preferable. Ooh. I wonder if I can get away with a couple of those in there. That will also keep the cost down, so they're probably about £1.50 each, I expect. Let me just have a see if I've got any more. No, that's the same, I think. What voltage is that? That's 15 microfarads. What's that doing in 1000? It's unusual size, 15 microfarads, 400 volts. He thinks that's in the wrong place. I'll leave that one out. We've got 35 volt ones, which are way too high. I mean, it makes me wonder whether these are okay as far as the current capability is. Do I just bite the bullet and stick a 40 volt in there, which looks similar, at a 10 volt? Go for those two. Decisions. What other? Got any mega low ones? No, it's got some small 3300s. You have a genuine ESR meter probe. So let's have a look first. So this is 105 degree rated, 1000 microfarads at 40 volts. Let's just have a look, see. I think it'll look better. It'll give me a bit more clearance. So 40 volts. $85, $85, $105, $125. No, it's $105. So it's that one there. I think it's that one there. £5, 8 pence. £5 and 8 pence for one capacitor. Seems a lot of money when you're spending someone else's money, really. I mean, the other one's just a sort of generic make, so that's not going to be expensive, but that is a £5 for one cap. But it is the amplifier, I suppose. It's got to be right, hasn't it? So this is the cap. So it's 100 microfarads, 40 volts, plus or minus 20%, 10,000 hours, 105 degrees C, 15 mil diameter, 30 mil length. £5, 8, plus we got a £2 surcharge as well on top of that, which is a bit of a bummer, but it's got to be done. It's got to be done. $1977. Hi, Gerard. Cheers, Paul. Catch you soon, mate. It is, Aston, isn't it? It never used to be. You know, it was just... There weren't many caps that were over £1. The bigger ones were always over £1, but the 220s and that were usually just under. But now it's gone mental. The radio ones are cheaper, yes. Just they're used more. I mean, this is pretty much an exact size match for that one. And it will be able to handle a decent amount of current. Anyway, less talking, more doing. Let's get this one out. Is that right in there? I think my element is on its way with this one. Just doesn't seem to be heating the board up like it used to. It is actually easier with these big ones to just cut the legs and push them through the board. I keep forgetting that, but yeah, just cut the legs. Cut the legs. So let's mount it that way up. In fact, we'll get this one out of the way as well because it's going to be easier to get it out of the way. Just cut the legs. So that is indeed 1000 microfarads at 10 volts. Let's see what this one is now. So that's 47. I think we discovered that anyway. And that one's 2.2, so they were all right, weren't they? And that back one was 100. It was reading 120, so it's on its limit, that one. So we probably need to pop 100 in there as well. Now, can I get this blimmin' thing out? I can get that one out. And we've got this thing here in the way. Where is it? It's over there. So a feel. Where are you? You're there. There he is. So positive is there. Get out. If you do buy these caps in bulk, if you want to spend a few £100 on an order of capacitors, then you can get them cheaper. But I don't tend to do that. I tend to get in sort of about 10 at a time, and when they're gone, I've got to reorder them in. The problem is it's all gone ridiculously up in price. So. Yeah, there's no need to bend these 90 degrees because they're in underneath the cassette board. You can never see them, so don't worry about that. If they're up in the amplifier, I might do in one of the hacker amps, but not on these. Or you're talking about radio caps. So that's positive, and on this side, that is positive that way. It's right in underneath all these wires here, which have got no leeway whatsoever. And Mrs. Cruncher's coughing her guts up down there, poor sod. Right, so here we are installing the £5 capacitor. Jesus. Cheers, Rob. But yeah, you can, I think you're talking about the radio caps, aren't you, Brett? Yeah, you just bend them at 90 degrees. They look shocking else if you don't bend them. Looks like a right botch. Okay, that's those two done. Let me just refresh my mind. So this is a 47, this is a 2.2. Let's just check these again. Take a break and see if she's okay. She's just come out of the shower, Harvey, so she's coughing a bit. So 47. 54. So let me think. 47 plus 4.7 is 10, 8, 9.4. So 47, 57, 56. So yeah, that one is okay. 2.2. These are in circuit as well, so they might read slightly different out of circuit. 2.9. That's fine. And this one is 100, I believe. 121. So 10% would be 10. That's just a fraction outside. But I don't think that one will be a issue. So we know this one's 33. So that one's saying in-circuit leaky, so we need to lift a leg on that one. Get off. And this one, I don't really know what this one is. It says it's 16 volts. Reading 41, so that's probably a 33 as well. So we need to lift a leg on this one. Again, it's right underneath this blimmin' board here. See if I can just heat it up and pull it out. No. Yeah, I think back in the day these would have been 50%, I think. 50% tolerance, so it's within that. This board here is a pain in the neck. To get it out, you'd have to desolder all of the jack plugs, which is a flipping nightmare. We won't be doing that. My finger is very close to that. This has been a pain in the neck. I mean, I might as well just cut the blooming thing and swap it out, to be fair. Does not want... Oh, it's decided to now. Now I've threatened to take it out of circuit, it's decided that it's going to come out. Right. Leg lifted. Let's see if he's all right. Okay. 36, that's fine. That's fine, that one can stay in. So that's it really, just those 2000s that were way out. Okay, right, I'm happy now. happy now. So I have put switch cleaner in these two, or fader lube. I can't get anything in the volume pot. I've tried dribbling it down the shaft, but nigh on impossible. I can see a little tiny gap there. What if I can squirt a little tiny bit in that? I'm using the existing stuff that was with it, to be honest, Lee. I have got a little tiny piece of it left here, which I can measure for you if I can get it out. So yeah, it came with a little tiny bit with it. That if I can get the blimmin' stuff here. It's in me jar of goodness. Yeah, so I've got a little piece left of it. So let's measure that for you, Lee. Being a channel subscriber and all that. A channel member even. So let's get the old calipers out, zoom in so as you can record this for posterity. We in focus there. Yeah, okay. 0, external diameter is 4 mil, Lee. 4 mil external diameter. Internal diameter I would say 2 mil. Yeah, I would say 2 mil internal diameter. So 4 mil external, 2 mil internal. Looks like my battery's going. Got that, Lee? 4 mil silicon tube, 2 mil internal diameter. And I'm glad I've done that because I'm going to need to get some myself. So if you find a decent source, Lee, then ping me over a link, mate. Right, where were we? Where were we? We were putting this back together. I think that was the idea. After we put our £5 capacitor in. Right. The battery in the caliper is dead. Yeah, I know, it needs another one. I think it's a 2032. Let's just have a look. Yes, it is. Got some Pro Electric ones. These are pretty good. Better. There we go, are we? All done. All done. Danish. Thank you very much, mate. Oh, deleted it. Yeah, good idea, Harvey, but a pain in the neck to keep taking the battery in and out, isn't it? Well, I do use it quite a bit actually, that. So yes, 2032 battery. Gone. I've just bought in some more of those and some little ones, I've got another AOR on its way. I think ass is alright, isn't it? It wasn't me. That was Harvey. I just popped his comment back in because it was relevant, really. Kilograms? I don't know. Perhaps it is, Thomas. They just call it dollars. Cheers, Rob. Thanks, mate. Okay, right. Let's get this mech back in. What's going on here? Bit crusty buttons there. Right. So this has got to go in that way. And now we've got a shed load of screws to put back in. So it's just a reassembly job now. Well, that's clearly not the right screw for there, Graham. Bit 2 goes through the top panel. No, that's not the right screw either. They must be chunkier ones. That's going to be those two. Long size screwdriver. Not that one. That. Operator error. Shocking. That's those two. What other screws are securing this thing in? We've got two there. So two of the smaller ones. So this is what you need to do, Harvey, if you want to take yours apart, mate. I wouldn't recommend it, but go for it. Too small. I'm hoping this works now, people. So that one must be that. Where is it? Is it that long one there? Yeah, it seems to be. Okay, so we've got those two at the top. Have we got any other screws loose here? We've got a few screws loose. And there. That's in there. That's connected to there. Right, this panel's got to go back on. So those two. Buttocks. Don't think that, of course we've got this screw here, then now that was actually broken out. I need to square that bit of the chassis up, really. I need to try and bend this bit back up because it was damaged, obviously. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Pardon me. Let's plug some of these connectors back in. I think that one goes on there. I'd best check those rather than just plugging them in willy-nilly. Who is willy-nilly? Well, that one definitely goes in there because that's keyed. So that's our audio. So we've only got two more. I'm pretty sure that one goes in there because that's our tape head, I believe. That one goes in there. Sorry, you can't really see what I'm up to here, can you? I just need to make sure that one's... The problem is a lot of these aren't keyed, so you can put them in and they're not even touching the pads. Make sure they are. Yeah, okay. That's okay, that's okay. Right, so the other one is the microphone, which we don't need for now. That's our speaker. As I say, I have done the aerial. I've done quite a lot to the aerial, actually. So I put a couple bits of heat shrink on there, one on top of the other, and made this a really tight connection. I've also set the height of it correctly, so as it pokes through the top. Now, the top panel has got this plastic grommet, and it's split, and someone's glued it back together. So my idea was to stick a normal grommet in there, which is roughly the same size, and see if the area will go up through it. So I don't need to do that yet, but I am going to do that. Because again, I've got issues with the actual case, because if you remember, I dropped the case last week, didn't I? Can you remember me dropping it? I picked it up and it had been super glued on apparently, and it just let go as I was lifting it over to put it on the floor, and it crashed on its side. So I've got a little dent to do. Rich, how are you, mate? if it doesn't work, you're going to go into the street with a cudgel and swing it around until you're arrested. I hope it works. I do hope it works, Joseph. Moderators are like the shadow people. Yeah, no worries. Well done, Lee. Your radio channel's not working. I don't know why, Rob. What is the goat's name? Because he has keeled over. Well spotted. He's been swallowing capacitor legs again. There's his mate over here. Well, I don't think we've named him, actually. Trigger finger. Not sure why, Rob. You'll have to restart, mate. Restart and it'll all be fine. Moderators are great on my channel. Well done, Rob. There you go. I'm just trying to catch up with the chat. It's going too fast. And where is the tweezers? You won't solder without tweezers. I've got loads of tweezers. Oh, you got timed out, Rob, did you? Well, I did tell you, didn't I, that if you've got caps lock, then it will boot you out. And you didn't get timed out, Rob. It tells me if you get timed out. You did not get timed out, so you didn't, Rob. So you did something wrong or it froze. It's definitely you haven't been timed out, because it would tell me if you were timed out. So you haven't been timed out, Rob. So don't worry about it. Right. Are we ready for a test? I think we are. I think we're ready for a test. Now, let me think. What speaker did we use last time? We used a 4-ohm speaker, didn't we? Now, what have I done with that? That's over here. I hope it's working after all this work. Robert and Hacker could do, couldn't you? But which one's which? Which one would be Robert and which would be Hacker? I suppose we could do like their shepherd people do, couldn't us? Us could put a little mark on them. We could put a mark on them, couldn't we? Let's brand them. So we'll brand this one. This one can be Robert, look. He can be Robert. And this one can be Hacker. There you go, Rich. You happier with that? That's what they do to these here animals, isn't it? We got Robert and Hacker now, look. There they are. Are you happy with that, Robert? What about you? Yes, yes. It's because it's a mod. I like it. Move the mobile number on sticker out of shot or you'll be accused of data protection. Oh, this was in shot, was it? Apologies. Right. Cheers, Rob. Robert gets used more. There we go. So we've branded them now. We've branded them, literally. Given them the Roberts and Hacker brand. Okay, it's time, people. So we need to be probably like that, so as I can get to the controls. We need the speaker. Let's stick the speaker in behind out the way so I don't thumb it. I don't know where Doug is, my speaker thumb-in early warning system. So have we resurrected the cassette deck? So don't forget the radio worked fine last time after we fixed that circuit board, but the cassette deck was a no-go. Have I got everything back on here? I'm pretty sure I have. Right, so let's connect the power up to it. So we're going to go to that wire, which I've soldered on, and the rail. It's still working.
You experienced at concerts, in particular loving getting the
Medium wave, long wave, yeah.
The golden fader, absolutely. And Eliza and Jean, they're the types of characters who are often in, you know, Wild West narratives, but as supporting characters, and you bring them into the foreground. Your work has often dealt with overlooked aspects of American life. I think your trilogy, The Last 100 Years,
I think
follows
the
a
tone
single
is better.
family through the 20th century and into the near future. And we're talking on this program.
In their flat, Ray and Escape.
And they were sort of overwhelmed by the actual Civil War. So I wanted to go there and think about them and look at them and see how they reflected what was really going on in our country.
Right. So the radio works, obviously the amplifier works. Let's get Les Miserables down and let's see. The big question is, does the cassette deck work? So which is eject, that one there. Let's go with side one, Les Mis. I think that's the radio cassette button there. So which one is rewind? One of these? No, that's eject. Rewind works. I need to get the dial plate up on here, don't I, really, so I know what the hell's going on. That's rubbish. Stop. So, shall we push play? What do you think? Yay! Yes! Woohoo! This speaker's rubbish. Oh yes, it works. Result. Result. Excellent. There we go. We need to get a decent speaker up here and try on it because that speaker is rubbish. It's out of an R600. Let me go and get the case a minute and we'll pop the proper speaker in it. Pop the speaker in. Oh, that is good news. So it was those two shorted caps and potentially that that transistor as well. Okay, let's just disconnect that speaker because that's buzzing like a good one, that is. That's not great, that. We're not finished yet, by the way. We still need to check all the whoa and flutter and upsy downsy and sideways and all the rest of it. But it's sounding good. So let's pop a decent speaker on it then. Let's go back onto the big old ELAC speaker in the Hacker case. Oh, hello. What am I doing here? Maybe I haven't got the current up high enough. Let's try that again. Cheers, Gavin. It's not Boyle. Hopefully I don't get a copyright hit for that. I might well do because it is a popular song, isn't it? Oh, this is Chrome as well, isn't it? It's Chrome.
I might have known there is always a man. Lovely lady, come along and join us, lovely lady.
Yeah, nice.
Come on, dearie, while of us. You're no grander than the rest of us.
Do you?
Life has dropped you at the bottom of the. Join your sisters, make money in your sleep.
AM or FM, Aaron?
Let him have the lot. That's right, dearie. Show him what you've got.
I think that's just enough of that business, isn't it? So rewind, is it rewind or fast forward is not working very well? Yeah, rewind isn't working very well. Fast forward is. Is that fast forward or is that rewind? I don't know which is which here. Yeah, fast forward is working well, but rewind doesn't seem to be. It might be this tape a bit tight though. So we need to get set up to do the Azimuth first, I think, and then we'll do the speed. So I've got to find my test tapes. That is rewinding. Yeah, it's just a tight tape, I think. Let's pop that one out. I'll stick it in my machine here. What are we? Side 1. This one's a lot faster. Let's turn that off. Right, let's get set up now. I need the 10K test tape, which I think is over here. I need to turn the scope on, which is these switches here. Which one is it? Is it that one? No. Is it that one? I bet it's the one that I unplugged. It's sod's law, isn't it? Always sod's law. It's the one that I've unplugged, I bet. Nope. Yes, it was, I think. I think it was. So what we've got here, we don't need the variac at the moment. Yay! Right. Scope on. I need my lead, my test leads, and what have I done with those? I don't know. I can probably just connect it up to the speaker though, can't I? Because I'm only measuring the audio output. So I've got my tape, it's got loads of tones on it, and it's quite a long way into the tape on side A, so I'm going to need to fast forward that, so I'll do that on my one here. So I've just got the workshop hi-fi turned on. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's 6. So let's go 1. Hang on, no, there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That should stop on the correct tone, hopefully. Breakfast burritos sounds nice. What's that, Joseph? Thank you very much, mate. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you very much, Joseph. Going for the Ospreys, you hear music. Sound better in its cassette. Bruno, thank you very much from Chile, mate. Yeah, the head isn't too bad. It has got wear on it, Rich, but it's not too bad. What caps did you change to get rid of the when you press the cassette switches? I haven't got a clue, Harvey. I changed them all, mate. Right, so this should be the 10K tone.
500 hertz.
No. So it's 2 on from that. I think it's 10,000, isn't it? Well, I've got to find the instructions again. Torture via cassette.
2,000 hertz.
I think that's it. Stop swearing, the children present.
1,000 hertz.
No, it's not 1,000 hertz. It's 10,000 hertz, I think. I'm just going to get the service manual up. Seems a long time.
10,000 hertz.
Right, I think that's it, 10,000 hertz. Let me just get the service manual up. Frequency response, record mode, record head, Azimuth. Oh, set the replay in service. 10 kilohertz. That is it, isn't it? 10,000 hertz is 10 kilohertz. Yeah, okay, I'm right then. So I need to connect up to the scope. I'm going to have to do that with a BNC lead because I don't know where my other lead's gone. So I'm just going to go BNC to the speaker. Across the speaker terminals, that should be okay, hopefully. So let's eject that from there. This has got some cassette search on it, which is why I've used that. So let's go in there. Turn that on, play. Oh yes, there, it's noisy. Can we trigger it better? So I'm going to turn the Azimuth screw. It's going to be one of these Japanese screwdrivers, I think. No, this needs to be a non-metallic screwdriver, I think. That's better. That's a big improvement. Let's give it another tweak. No, it's dropping. That's it peaked there, so that's a big improvement. So we want to go to the 3K tone now, which is right at the start. So let's stick it back on the other machine and just rewind it. So there's an improvement there for sure. That was quite a big improvement actually. Surprising, isn't it? Because that was sealed. No one's actually touched that. But that was a big azimuth increase. You couldn't see it because I didn't have the scope on, but you could hear the tone change, I'm sure, as I tweaked it. So I need to seal that now. So again, it just appears to be sealed with wax, which seems a bit rough, but let me have a closer look. Apologies, I'm not looking at the chat for a second while I'm just doing these adjustments. So yeah, it looks like it's just sealed with a bit of wax, and it did have some. It did have some stuff on it before. Let's pop a little bit of nail varnish on it, I think. That's probably the best bit. Mrs. Crunchers, this is Rimmel. Rimmel London, 60 seconds. The London look. I wear it all the time, but you know, so mainly on the weekends. I do like the smell of nail varnish. It's a lovely smell, isn't it? Right, so that's done. So I think we need, and we can do it with a scope again, I think, with the 1K, sorry, a 3K tone, and then we'll put it on the woe and flutter meter and see what that's doing. I don't know that there's a speed adjustment on this. If there is, it's not on the board. It will be on the back of the motor itself. So let me just catch up the chat here, because I've missed a load of chat. Let's pop that in there for a minute. Right. Oh, hang on. I've missed out loads of chat here. What's going on? Love the spicy chat. And penny for every time you blink, £100 for every time you break wind. I would certainly be breaking wind a lot, Sean. Could it be the pinch rollers? Doing what, Aaron? The pinch rollers are fine. Yeah, it might well be worth changing those caps, Harvey. I haven't really listened to see if it makes that noise. $10 megahertz should, 10 kilohertz should bring the dogs to the lab, I know. Yeah, cheers everybody for watching. 65. Scooting his bottom, he does that. And Maddie's the one for that. It's lovely on the living room carpet when they like lift their legs up and drag their ass along it. Ah, lovely, lovely to watch. You probably would need to do something. Phil Tube, how are you doing, mate? How you doing, Phil? Loves the radio? Brilliant. So Phil won the little National Panasonic at Christmas with the Guess the Jar. Phil quite rightly guessed the 207 components in the jar. I have got some more giveaways to do. Do you think that's a good idea? Do you think that's the way to go for future giveaways? Guess the contents? It's more of a skill thing than us. Well, it's guesswork, isn't it? Because you never really know. Although Ben did come up with some fancy formula, but it didn't work. Roberto, what are you sorry for? Speaker impedance 4 ohm and 8 ohm. It's a 4 ohm, this one, Roberto. Pair drops, you can still get them, Harvey. Pinball transformer and rectifier now on your bench. Should stand in a bucket of water for safety. Oh, Christ, Ralph. Good luck, mate. Meths. You like the guessing game? Harvey likes the normal way. Yeah. Remember Guess Who? It sort of rings a bell. Select function tape. Some of those old caps may be good enough to use again. Yeah. Unlikely, but well, they probably would. They would last a little while longer, I suspect. Right, let's hook up to the scope again then, and we'll check the 1K tone. Hang on. Am I turned on? What's going off? Okay, we're not working now. Why are we not working? Come on, tape. What are you doing to me? Have I gone the wrong way with that? No? Okay. What have I done? It's not working now. Oh no.
It shadows. I feel how wheels hurry in wheels. I whisper, man, you make it. You arrive. Then suddenly, what would I say? Then where you going to sleep tonight?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
James Berry reading his poem Migrant in London, requested by...
Right, let's try it again. No, I did have it in the right way round. Right.
Speed calibration tones.
3 kilohertz it should be first.
3,000 hertz.
Let's get you on the scope. That's noiseless because I'm not using a shielded lead really. That says that's, yeah, that's not right. I think it's this lead. I mean, that's saying it's 6 kilohertz. I need to find my decent lead, I think. I need to find my decent lead. I don't know why this is so noisy. I think it is this lead. Not really designed for audio. What have I done with the blimmin' thing? What have I done with it? Sounds this pretty steady, Les. You're right. There's somewhere I've got a lead that would go into the back and straight into BNC connectors. Now, what the hell have I done with it? Because I did use it the other week. I did use it for the one that Harvey's got. Let's get the whoa and flutter meter. Maybe I've put it with that. Me whoa and flutter. Where's me whoa and flutterer gone? There he is. There's me whoa and flutterer. Oh, there goes my Morse trainer on the deck. Nice. Tidy. There's the old Morse trainer on the deck. Oh, what's that falling off now? Yes, a little Roberts radio falling off as well. Everything I touch, something falls off. Right. Let's get this bench sorted out. This is crazy trying to work like this. This is crazy. So here's my whoa and flutterer that Rich gave me. My whoa and flutterer. Where is my lead? Where's my leash? It can't be far because I definitely used it. I'd probably put it somewhere really safe like I usually do. What have you done with it, Graham? Sort yourself out, man. It does help talking to myself, trust me. What have I done with that? Have I taken it downstairs with my Walkmans, I wonder? Because it's usually sat... it's normally here. I'm going to contemplate it while I go to the loo. So I'll leave you with a view of the whoa and flutterer. Santosh, how are you, mate? Thank you. From India. Good to see you from India. Got a lot of viewers from India, actually. There's not many people that drop in and say hello, so thanks very much. Good to see you. I'm going to do a bit of searching for me lead. Me lead. Right, I'll be back shortly. Right, let's search for this lead. I don't know what the hell I've done with that. It should be here somewhere. I've actually got two leads. One is unfiltered, the other one's got a couple impedance matching caps in line. Just doing a bit of a search because usually it lives here, but I know I did do a bit of messing around the other day. Try to find something that may have dropped down in behind. can't believe I've lost both. Oh, no, there's one. It's connected up to my hi-fi at the moment. Can I pinch that one? Yeah, let's pinch that one. It's a better quality lead. Actually, saying that, that's BNC. Let's try this with that other lead a minute, because this is not a lot of difference, to be fair, because that's not shielded either, I don't think. Is it, or isn't it? So annoying that I've lost that lead. It can't be far. I bet it's literally just here somewhere. It's got to be just here. Because I was using it. Aha, I can see it. There he is. Here we go. That's better. Right. Decent lead. So let's we use the Woven flutterer to start with. Need to find an adapter a minute. There we go. So input. So that needs to go into the tape socket, the headphone socket at the back. External loudspeaker. Where are we connected there? Still connected up to the speaker. I think Rich did say this works better with a proper test tape in it. So let me see, what can I disconnect here now? That was the scope, wasn't it? That's my battery charger. It doesn't appear to have turned anything off unless it's turned off your reception. Let's pop that in there, turn it on there. I think we've got to be on 0.3. 0. Right. According to that, we're way slow. Good Woven flutter again though, but the speed is showing us really slow. Okay, so let's connect this lead up to the scope a minute, just see what the scope says. We'll need that as well. I probably need to get my Philips test tape really, rather than this. This is one that someone's recorded themselves. Strange, nothing there. Okay. Yeah, so it's reading fraction over 3. It's not far out, to be fair. 3.06, 3.07. So I think Rich did say that this needs calibrating really, so this is the scope read outlet for that waveform, and it is 3.06, so I mean I don't even know if there's an adjustment on this deck. Just stop that a minute. I'm just going to pop the little cap off of the motor here. It's got a little... Right, let's get you back down onto the bench a minute. So the motor is in underneath here. I've just pulled this plastic cap off, which is bent and chewed up as they always are. So I need to try and get this off just to see if there's a little adjustment screw in there. Actually, the motor's really loose here. I think the key... Someone stuck a load of tape on it. Let's just disconnect everything a minute, because I'm... Get me flutter out of the way. It is good enough, isn't it? I think so, but I'm not confident. It should read on the woe and flutter meter. It's reading high. It's reading slow on that, Derek. I'm just going to see if there is some. The grommets are very loose on this motor, I can tell you. So I might have to change the grommets on this thing. It's very Heath Robinson, this sticking tin foil over the top of it. I really don't know what they were thinking there. Okay, so there is a little hole in it. So I suspect there is an adjustment, but look how wobbly this motor is, look. I mean, there's no way that's right. Look. So it looks like the grommets have dried up in it. Yeah, they've gone to mush. That could be fun. So we've got more work to do, yeah. We've got to do those grommets. Can't leave them like that. But I suspect if it's like some of the Sony sets, they're just pop this one out of the way a minute. If it's like the Sony sets, not the Sony sets, the other decks I've worked on, then they're not normal grommets. It actually looks like these are. They've got a metal insert, but they're these have had it. Ugh, look at that. Oh dear. We need new grommets. Oh god, these have gone to pieces. Look at the state of this. Oh dear. Yeah, okay. Grommets then. Have we got any grommets that'll fit that? Don't think they will they? Looks like the motor's got to come out totally. So it means I'm going to have to pull the drive belt off, which is a bit scary because I might not be able to get that back on again without. Dismantling everything. Might be lucky. Maybe. I hope. God, yeah, these have had it. Wow. Well, that one's got a washer on top of it. That's so strange. Okay, we've got one's got a washer on top, this one here. Don't mean to say it's not knackered though, because it is. Yuck. Yeah. The insert is removable. Just trying to see if these will fit. Yeah, that'll fit. Okay. I'm just going to get some more. I've just found some. I've got one of these Tool Zone rubber grommet assortment kits, and the one I've just used is, looks like 3.18 by 6.35 mil. I'm just going to grab some other ones to try here, because they do look a bit bulky. Can't get the blimmin' thing back out, the grommet now. There he is. I'm a bit slack in that. Try another one. Still a bit slack. That's the same one, that's why. That one. Way too slack in that. Just pop one of those in there a minute. Ah, yeah. Okay, that'll work. That'll work. These ones here. So you'll push them in first. Then pop the little spacer in. I don't know if you can see what I'm up to there. I think you sort of can. Yeah, that motor was wibbly wobbly as hell, that is. So we've got the little inserts there to go back in. One there. And another one there. And that one had the washer on top. For some reason, none of the others did. motor can go back. Incidentally, my Japanese screwdrivers arrived. Vessel. Pretty good quality actually. And these are obviously Japanese screws, because this screwdriver fits absolutely perfectly. So it's definitely a Japanese deck, this. Oh, hang on. Yeah, the reason why there's a washer on is because the screws have got the washer on. Idiot. You fool. So now we've got new grommets. It's not going to go on because I've got to push down on it. It's got to be in the middle of around about there, surely. Yay! One in. Let's line the others up. So I think these grommets are slightly thicker than the old one, but I'm surprised at that. This thing just keeps throwing up stuff over and over, doesn't it? It's never ending. Got it. And the last one. The question is, will I be able to get the belt back on, or have I got to take the whole lot apart again? I hope not. It's not the easiest thing to take apart, this. There we go. And I bought these screwdrivers on Amazon, if anyone wants to know. Look at that. That's much better. Right, let's see if there's some... This will hook back over. Yes. Of course it will, Graham. Better. Right. Okay. So that's that problem sorted. Nice new grommatos. I don't know if John's watching. John, whose radio this is. He's probably having to have a sit down, I think. Have a sit down. Chuck that knackered old grommets away. It seems that everything you look at needs doing, doesn't it? Right, that's that. So there's got to be an adjustment there. I mean, you can see there's a little hole there. All this tape everywhere. It's rough as assos. That's a technical term. So there must be a screwdriver potentiometer in there. So I can't feel... I can't feel a slot at all, so let's try this again then. Was that one out my kit? I think it was, wasn't it? Try it again. What did I just say? Did I say something bad? I can say lots of bad things, but I choose not to. Put it in hammer sling, mark the distance. What are we talking about? Is it about clear of the grommet? Yes, yeah, those new grommets are fine. The old ones were a bit naff, to say the least. So re-grommeted, nice tight motor now. It's not moving anywhere. It's got a little bit of give because it's on rubber mounts, but yeah, really good. So I want to try and get this set up. So that's set this back up again. Pop that back into extension loudspeaker. Power. Is there anything else that we can find wrong with this? Certainly had a hard life, this poor old thing, hasn't it? It's had a hard life. Okay, no audio. It's not going to be any audio because I've got the bloody thing there in, am I? Okay. That's a nice waveform, actually. 3.02. I don't think that's worth bothering with, you know, to be fair. So if I'm just buggering about in here, I'm just seeing if I can get into a pot. I mean, they wouldn't have put a hole in here for no reason. No, I mean 3.03. That's neither here nor there, is it really? No, that's not going to be a problem. Let's what can we? Let's listen to, because a good test of speed is that that shell tape with Lord Montague in it. So listen to Lord Montague then. Now we've done the Azimuth, it should sound amazing.
This is a show sound guide for motorists, and we hope you'll find that it makes your touring more interesting. This tour of Christchurch in the New Forest is some 60 miles long and can be driven comfortably in about 4 hours, with time off for visiting interesting places like Beaulieu Abbey and Butler's Hard. You'll be listening to 4 voices, those of Lord Montague of Beaulieu, Arthur Cadman, Deputy Surveyor of the New Forest, Gordon Glover, and mine, George Barker. The first side of the tape begins with Christchurch Priory and the second with Beaulieu Abbey.
Here in the car we're looking at the south side, and it's less interesting than the north side of Christchurch Priory. And this is the longest parish church in England, 311 feet, and architecturally it's one of the richest. 5 centuries of church building are represented here from Norman to Tudor, and its name, literally the Church of Christ, is dramatically derived from a legend of the mysterious long-ago member of the building force, who took neither meals nor pay with his fellows. It was found one night that a roof timber was cut a foot too short, but in the morning it was not only the right length, but in the right place. The workman was never seen again. And surely, said the builders, it was the carpenter of Nazareth. And so the place, once known as Twynham, became Christchurch. You can see the miraculous beam for yourself. It's on the arch at the south side of the ambulatory.
I'll tell you one thing I have noticed here is this doesn't seem to have a very strong spring on this side. It's a bit wibbly wobbly. Let's just give that a little bit more tension a minute.
The end of the Lady Chapel.
That's better.
Now, Twynham means in Old English between the
Chrome button.
Those actually of the rivers Stour and Avon. And these two come together in Christchurch Harbour.
No, I've got chrome off.
And give shelter from the sea to the site of Christchurch itself. Its importance in Saxon times was indeed as much military as religious, due to this protected promontory position. In point of fact,
it's working great.
By the Danes here in the year 790, their first raid ever on English soil, and the Jutes had colonized the Isle of Wight and the Hampshire coast 2 centuries earlier. However, a peaceful invasion came here in 634 AD,
adjusted,
when one St. Marinus landed with a mission from Rome to convert the resident West Saxon. He succeeded, and Christchurch became a religious centre. How many Saxon churches there were here, we just don't know, but we do know that the last one remained standing until 1094, when Ralph Flambard became dean. He immediately began the present building, but left it unfinished after 5 years, when he went north to Durham. Now, Durham Cathedral and Christchurch Priory were both designed and started under Flambard, and they had in common the most sensitive and delicate Norman decoration in all England. Both churches unmistakably bear the hallmark of their patron. Now, when you go inside, you'll see the rounded Norman arches studded with intricate patterning, and you'll notice how light...
You've got to bear in mind the speaker is facing totally the wrong way as well. If we get the speaker around the front, you'll notice a massive difference. Let's just do that.
Were completed by 1150, and the clear story above was added in 1230. You'll notice that this has got pointed arches, and that's a sure sign that it came later. For nearly 4 centuries, that's from 1150 until Henry dissolved it in 1539, dark-robed Augustinians, the Black Canons, ruled here at Christchurch. Their work is here for all to see. They built the deepest porch in England, where they transacted their business with the inhabitants of the town, and set to work to vault the nave aisles and add the clerestory. By that time, as you can see, they'd introduced the pointed arch, which they didn't do just because it looked nice, but because it gave them opportunities of letting in
Sounds like there's a bit of distortion on that, isn't there?
And it's fascinating, by the way, to think that this discovery of the pointed arch actually came from Flambard's Durham, the church most intimately connected with Christchurch here. The earliest pointed arch, by the way, is known as Early English.
It sounds like a speaker.
A century later, roughly 1250 to 1350, there was a further change. The Augustinians, always abreast of the times, were building in what's called the decorated style. It was really a question of more and more light and more room to move about in. For we have to remember that every day the monks persist around their church, so they needed space and light. You'll see how they solved this problem when you look at the choir and the Lady Chapel. Meanwhile, they built the Montacute Chapel, a great choir screen, and the Jesse Reredos in the new decorated style. And by the way, when you're looking at the choir screen, don't forget to have a good peep through the arch.
Okay, it's distorting because it's touching against the case, Graham. Dear, oh dear. Try that again.
See Reredos. This is the sublimest example of the period, and it's actually an altarpiece depicting in its central panel the Christmas story with Mary, Joseph, the infant Jesus, the wise.
Yeah, rewind's working fine now with a decent tape in it. Yeah, it's going maze. Rich. It would be funny if I got a copyright on the shell tape. I did send a copy of that to Chris with his cassette deck. Can you remember I did that big boombox? Well, Chris over in the States had that one, and I did send him a copy of this. I did scan the covers as well and tried to send it to him, but it's too big a file, so I need to squash a file size down. Right, how are we doing? So you'll see what I mean by the little dent that I've put in the side of this caselet. Can you see it down there? It's a little nick. That's when I dropped it. If I put my finger by it, you'll sort of see. So I think, because I mean the other, I was going to swap it over for my case, but mine's got a split in the wood on this side. So I'm going to have a go at filling that. I'm going to have to refinish the sides for free for the chap. So he's going to get refinished sides on this as well now, which was unexpected, but got to be done. End of the day, I've damaged it, so I've got to fix it. Got to fix it. It's only right. Much sharper. Yeah. Who's off? Gerard. Would it be worth checking caps CE1 to 3 in the power supply? Yeah, I think you're right. Although I take it that's that little board there. Yeah, it would be, Gerard. They're only on this little board here that you can see. But that's this one. Just trying to think if I'm actually using that power supply board. If I'm going straight in on DC, I'm probably not using that one, am I? So this would only be used for mains, I think. Yeah, I think that's just mains, that board. So yeah, it would be worth doing it, Gerald. As I say, I'm not going to put it back in the case now anyway. I want to just play a bit of music through it if I can. I know it's a bit naughty, but we're going to have to just skip forward and back a little bit and not play too much of it, if that's possible for me. What have we got? Ideally, we want something on a decent tape, but I don't. I want a decent recording on some decent tape to try it with. Treasure Island, that's a book, wouldn't it? Another string of hot hits. The Shadows. Oh, Dave Lee Travis. Queen is going to definitely get hit. What can we stick on here? Johnny Cash. Some Enchanted Evening, Matt Navani's Orchestra, maybe. But then again, I don't know what quality that tape is. I'm looking for something of a decent quality that I can stick in here and just give it a proper test. I suppose Les Mis is about as good as we're going to get. It's a chrome tape. It's a chrome tape now, which, have I rewound it correctly? Yes, I have. I might have to mute some of this if it does get us a hit. Zorba.
the shirt on your back doesn't keep out the chill. And the righteous hurry past, they don't hear the little ones crying, and the winter is coming on fast, ready to kill. When they're nearer to dying, at the end of the day there's another day dawning.
I tell you what, it sounds bloody good. Cool. I think that deserves a celebration. I think it's a celebration finger. I'm gonna have to get the finger in me just to celebrate fixing that blimmin' thing. It fought well.
And we're counting our blessings.
Have you seen how the foreman is fuming today? With his terrible breath and his wandering hands. It's because little Spongy won't give him his way. Take a look at his trousers, you see where he stands.
At the end of the day, it's another day over. Bring it up in your pockets and last for a week. Take a landlord, take a shop, leave on nothing.
Yeah, no worries, Gerard. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
And what have we here, little innocent sister? Come on, Fontaine, let's have all the news. Dear Fontaine, you must send us more money. Your child needs the doctor, there's no time to lose.
What is this shouting all about? Will someone tear?
Can only do so much of that, I can tell you. It's playing really well. It's working great, actually. Worst version of West Side Story. Sound great, yeah.
I smell women smelling in the air. Think I'll drop me anchor in that harbour over there.
Amazing.
Lovely ladies smelling through the smoke. 7 days at sea can make you hungry for a coke. Even stokers need a little stoke.
Lovely ladies waiting for a bite, waiting for the customers who only come at night. Lovely ladies ready for the call, standing up
Finger.
or lying down or any way at all. Bargain prices up against the wall. Come here, my dear, let's see this trinket you wear.
Does sound very good, doesn't it?
Bagatelle, Madame, I'll sell it to you. I'll give you four that wouldn't pay for the chain. I'll give you five, you're far too eager to sell. It's up to you. That's all I have. That's not my fault. Please make it 10. No more than 5, my dear, we all must stay alive. Lovely ladies waiting in the dark, ready for a thick one or a quick one in the park. Long time, short time, any time, my dear. Cost a little extra if you want to take all year. Quick and cheap is underneath the pier.
I'll tell you what, every single one of these hacker cassette decks does sound very, very good. They really did get it right, didn't they?
It's
Cheers, Roberto.
my dear. I'll take the loan. Don't touch me, leave me alone. Let's make a price. I'll give you all of 10
Thank you, Rob.
francs. Just think of that. Just think of that. It pays our debt and brings me save my poor Cassette. Lovely ladies,
Bosses on the street. Wasn't every minute she was back up on her feet.
lovely
fast forward that again a bit. Cheers, Rob, thank you. Not hacker the decks. Sling it back together, job done. The decks. Zorba. The wind is crying. Coco's wind is crying. Coco's wind makes me cry. Brings tears to my eyes. Oh, have we got Zorba? Oh no, do we have to get Zorba? The general consensus, Doug, is that they're made by Nakamichi, these decks. There's a dodgy volume pot on this as well. Yes, the general consensus is that it's that Nakamichi made the decks for these. It's definitely Japanese because it's got all this full of Japanese screws, and Hacker have just sort of shoehorned it into their radio. I'm just rewinding that because we might have a drop of Zorba on this one. I'm not sure. I think it is a Japanese mech. It's a mono deck. I mean, we could have a listen to that on my Denon system here to compare it, but it's a bit cheating because I've got hi-fi speakers and it's a much better deck than this one. But this is the one we need to play, I think. So I'm sure John will be pleased it's working. So there is a pop in these when you push the buttons. I think, however you've noticed it with his, but I don't think it's a fault as such. I just think that's how they are. So I wonder what we've got on this then. I might have to do some just quick testing with this tape. Now this is just recorded pretty rough. Oh no, that's not Zorba, is it? Surely not. You got Zorba on vinyl, you have, Timothy. Sean loves a bit of it. That will be C-Hit. It might be Derek. I'm going to have to do a bit of editing if it is. Oh God, no! It's literally 2 or 3 seconds, Matambule, if that. That's about all I can do there. The alarm bells are ringing at YouTube. Yeah, they haven't taken me offline yet. They've done that before, haven't they? Oh, you've got to do some plate smashing to that lot, haven't you? Zorba lives. That's a rubbish recording, though, to be fair. I know it's ridiculous. End of the day, we're using copyrighted music, Matamble, so, you know, the artists and writers and all the rest of it are entitled to revenue from it. We could claim fair usage because we're using it for test purposes. We're not using it to try and rebroadcast it as such, but where's Mr. Spires? He loves a drop of Greek stuff. Where's Simon gone? I should send a copy of this to Simon, really. Let's stick this one in my cassette deck here in a minute. Too much? You've got to love a bit of Zorba, haven't you? Right, so this is my cassette deck going with Les Mis now. Adobe B, I think, in that one. Yeah, there is. There is a bend in it, just here. It's had a good old drop multi, unfortunately.
There was a time when love was blind, and the world was a song, and the song was exciting.
Absorb it backwards.
It all went wrong.
So this is the Les Mis tape in my workshop hi-fi. To be fair, this one's got a decent tone.
And hope was high and life worth living. I dreamed that love would never die. I dreamed that God would be forgiving.
Just, well, that's a bit wonky. Bit more Greek music for you. I'm gonna get done for it, aren't I? I'm gonna get done. Kate Bush. It's Kate Bush. I haven't got a clue who's singing that, Sean. I think it's Boney M, isn't it, doing that? Yeah, so there's a noise, isn't there, when you... But it seems to be the norm with these decks for some reason. There's a little bit of audio bleed through when you push the buttons down. You know the tune off by heart. I don't know what else I've got on here, actually, this tape. That might be it. Yeah. Vivaldi, Beethoven and Mozart. I gave all my classical classical tapes to my brother. I've got Matt Navani, I've got some Mario Lanza. I mean, we could try a bit of Mario in it. That's a chrome tape as well. I'm gonna have to do a bit of what's his name, editing, aren't I? It's Elaine Page, you think so? Rivers of Babylon, cracking. This is rewinding fine now. I think the problem with the rewind may well have been that those grommets that were ruined. And that's a tape. It's going like the clappers, that is. So there you are, a bit of Zorba for you Zorba fans. Maybe I've bent that thing a little bit too far now because it's catching this particular tape. I think if you're a follower of this channel, you'll get the Zorba thing. If you're not, you'll probably wonder what the hell's going on. The Zorba record was, I bought it in an auction, I didn't know I had it, and I played it, and it was like absolutely amazing. So I just went with it. I got so many copyright hits for Zorba, it was unreal. Right, what do we want on this one? We want the drinking song, really, don't we? That's the second one. So let's have a listen to see what Mario Lanza sounds like on this deck. I'm sure this is going to be absolutely amazing because this man has got a cracking voice. Amadeus. The I Dreamed a Dream song. It could be Elaine Page. I think I'm going to have to do some creative editing, aren't I, after this? We'll see. Phil Collins, have you got some Phil Collins? Vietnam 19, I probably have, Sean, but not on cassette, I don't think.
Just fill my arms the way you filled my dreams, the dreams that you inspire.
That man has got a hell of a voice. Hell of a voice. I've definitely got Phil Collins. I've got a couple. In fact, I've got one just here, look, Sean. To be just there, look. There's the man himself, Sean. But seriously, or yeah, but seriously. I don't know if that means he's got a serious butt. I don't know. Another Day in Paradise. Oh, cracker. What a voice that man has got. He sounds in pain. Daniel O'Daniel. Don't you mean Daniel O'Donnell? Daniel O'Donnell. OMD. I've got OMD on vinyl, Simon, but I haven't got OMD on cassette. Yeah. Thank you, Roberto. So yes, Sean, I have Mr. Phil Collins here in the building. I've got a couple of his. I've got the other one as well with the white cover. But seriously, I'm trying to think what the other one's called. .5 seconds of Another Day in Paradise. Another Day in Cruncher's Workshop. I'm trying to think where my other Phil Collins tape is. Let's have a look. I can't remember. It's not, but seriously, there's two of them. There's one with a white cover, but it might be downstairs. Got a lot of Queen up here at the moment. No, I don't think Phil Collins is the other Phil Collins, but Another Day in Paradise has got on that one. This next one is my theme tune. That's got to be. It is a classic, isn't it? That's a classic, isn't it? What's Lee's on the single malt? Happy days, Lee. Come on down.
Here's a hope that those bright eyes will shine, lovingly, longingly, soon into...
It's probably in my jacket, Gavin. What, Phil Collins? I've definitely got the other Phil. I've got two. I'm just... Is Face something? Face Value? I'm not sure.
Make young hearts never part. Drink, drink, drink. Let every true lover salute his sweetheart.
That sounds absolutely amazing. God, Jesus. I have got I've got two of these. One is going to Mr. Robert Cross over in Ireland very soon. It's a classic, isn't it? The Police, what, they're there? Sting, you've been stung, Sean? Police are at Rob's place and Sean's been stung. What the hell's going on here? Beauty in it. It's very nice, isn't it? The Beatles. I've got quite a few cassettes, but you tend to find that the really good stuff people don't part with, really. Sod it, I'll have to let it play now, won't I? Wow. What a beauty. What a cracker. So let's have a look what we got on the Phil Collins tape then. We have got Mario Lanza. That's a beauty, that tape. Cracker, really good quality. It's a chrome tape as well. I actually bought that purely for that song. Something smells like it's getting hot. Something smells warm, but it might just be the motor because I haven't got the cover on it. Right, so Phil Collins, what have we got on here? I wish it would rain down. That's a good one. Do you remember? Something happened on the way to heaven. Hanging long enough. That's just the way it is. But you wanted Another Day in Paradise, didn't you? Which is side 2, I believe. Side 2, track 1. So that's just what are we on? Side 1. So I need to just I'll rewind it on this one. On me. It's Coco's Bottom, yeah. ABBA. I've got ABBA. I've got their new one here, Rob, on tape. That's the latest ABBA one. I actually ordered it on. Coloured vinyl and tape. So that's a brand new release tape. That gets me a copyright hit every time. No problem. No problemo. Dog's Bottom. Yeah, Coco is the dog and his bottom stinks. You wanted that duo Phil did with. You didn't want Another Day in Paradise. You didn't want Another Day in Paradise. I wouldn't mind Another Day in Paradise. A special moment of realization. That's the finger all gone. No more finger for me. It's a double beer stream. Okay, that's it on the Workshop Hi-Fi, but we'll rewind it and give it a go on this one. Yeah, I don't think Phil Collins is quite 100 years old yet, but he's getting that way. I don't think he's very well, is he, at the moment, Phil Collins? Building. He looks a bit serious, doesn't he? Can we really play that? Buy me more finger. I know. Double bubble. Drink twice. So Ralph was saying that Fran was saying that lots of companies now seizing copyright on music is coming to the end of its 100-year-old copyright.
So can you help me? It's cold and I'm nowhere to sleep.
Easy Lover. Easy Lover, is that one on here? It's not on here. Let me go find the other Phil Collins one. Like, there seems to be a lot of Phil Collins.
Starts to whistle as he crosses the street. Seems embarrassed to be there. Oh, think twice, 'cause it's another day when you feel.
We're going to get a copyright hit for that, aren't we? Oh, hello. Let's find the other Phil Collins tape. Where's the other Phil Collins tape? I expect Maddie's got it in her bed, I expect. Glenn Campbell. Oh, classic. I've been listening to Glenn Campbell recently, actually. Really good. I like a bit of Glenn. He's not there. How's Mrs. Cruncher? How are you? Okay. How's Coco Maddie's? Coco's backside. We've been talking about Coco's backside, Mummy. Coco! Right, let me see if I can find this other Phil Collins tape. Cliff Richard wired for sound. Where the hell's that gone then? Stranglers, No More Heroes, classic. ABBA, Shadows, Sham 69. Where's Phil gone then? Fine Young Cannibals, Dire Straits. Shut up, Coco. I seem to have some cassettes that disappeared. No, I don't know where that other Phil Collins one's gone then. I seem to have a few cassettes missing. It must be up in my stash then. If I keep talking, it might not give me a copyright hit, maybe? I don't know. That's a good track, that is. So where's my other Phil Collins one then? I was playing it recently. And maybe I'm getting mixed up, but I'm sure it had a white cover on it. It's probably me, I expect. I got Robson and Jerome. Oh, you Robson and Jerome fans in here. I bet we got some Robson and Jerome fans in. No. I got Doctor Hook that I've recorded, but that didn't go down too well last time. People weren't really keen on Doctor Hook. Yeah, I've got another Phil Collins tape somewhere, but I don't know where the hell it is. So you could hear that when I was downstairs, could you? You can still hear it downstairs. Poor old Mrs. Cruncher. I'm driving her to drink. What have I got on here then? What's in this one? I seem to have got an old cassette box up here that I forgot I actually had upstairs. I might be thinking, because I've got Phil Collins, I've got a couple albums of his on vinyl, so I might be getting confused with my vinyl LP. I got this box here, and I brought this up quite some time ago now. Okay. Groovy Ghetto, what do you think? The best of Elton John. There's some interesting stuff in here, look. Let's get this in shot for you. You can choose something to stick in this deck, look. Well, because it's purely for testing purposes. Purely for testing purposes. Let's just get you down and have a look at these. Got Lionel Richie over this side, and we've got Mixed Faves over here. So we've got mixed faves. We've got Groove 4 Rolls Royce. Is there something in the wows? The best of stars. God knows. Groovy Ghetto. Chris de Burr. And Cher. Elton John. Eagles. Platters. A Memorex Chrome Dioxide with Saturday Night Fever and others on it. What's this one here? Genesis. Chris Rea. I bet we've got some Genesis fans in here, haven't we? In fact, I'm sure we've got some Genesis fans in here. What's this one here? Deep Purple. Tina Turner. Michael Bolton. Bit of Bolton. Scotch. I think that's Scottish music, isn't it? Isn't that Scottish music on Scotch? Got to be in it. Poor Coco. Elton John. Like disco. Yeah, you like Shaggy. That's what you like, Les. REM, Out of Time. Oh wow. I don't know how good the recording that is though, but I do like a bit of REM. I suspect they've mullered that with a rubbish recording, but it's a good looking tape actually, that. It's only type 1. That's a nice looking tape. And the last one is Lionel Richie. How did you see? Oh no, the Eagles. I want to skip over it, Sean. It's a beauty, but Hotel California usually gets me a worldwide ban. Let's try it. We've got to try a bit of Eagles, haven't we? Any other requests while I'm in here? I'm not going to be on for much longer, to be fair, because Mrs. Cruncher's cooking the tea down there. And it smells amazing. Right. Deep Purple. Not bad.
Running down the road, trying to loosen my load. I got 7 women on my...
To be fair, that's not a bad recording, actually. That's not a bad recording. Genesis with Peter Gabriel singing. Yeah, I don't know what... where was the Genesis one again? Genesis, We Can't Dance. Genesis, We Can't Dance, if anybody knows that album. ARX. It's a nice looking tape. Oh, I haven't seen this stash of tapes for a long, long time. Supremes. God, I love a bit of the Supremes.
We may lose and we may win, but we will never be here again. So
yeah. Bit of Eagles there, Sean. What's the frequency, Kenneth? Any Jackson 5? I don't think there is there. Sean, can you see any Jackson 5 there written anywhere? Now, where's that REM? There's this one, right? This Scotch one. I love a bit of REM. Everybody Hurts is a brilliant track. Shiny Happy People. Oh, love a bit of REM. It's quite low noise. I don't know whether that's the deck or the tape. I'm not sure.
Hey, I can't find nothing on the radio. Yo, turn to that station.
Good stuff. REM.
I can't hear it. When I got to the house and I called you out, I could tell you had been crying. It's that same song. Radio makes me.
Yeah. Eagles gets me a worldwide ban normally. So I'm going to have to be a bit... yeah, Lisa Marie, that's a shame. She was hooked up with Michael. She's married to Michael Jackson. And Nicolas Cage as well. That's sad news this week, that was.
Close to the tourist town of Pokhara, first airline disaster in the country for 30 years. Rescue workers rushed to the site.
Thank you, Sean. Dubstep. I don't know. There's some groovy ghetto. We've got some groovy ghetto. We've got some groovy ghetto, if that's what you're into. Should we see what groovy ghetto is? Let's have a look at groovy ghetto. It says 1992. Groovy ghetto 92, it says. What the hell is ghetto? What the hell is ghetto? Groovy Ghetto 1992. We're going back in time now, look. It's about 10 years ago, wasn't it? Nice looking tape, that though. ARX. Acoustic response extra cassette. Yeah, yeah. There you go, Aston. Christ. Yeah, Groovy Ghetto. This is Les's stuff. There's no auto stop on this one, Rob. No, there is on some decks. Cheers, Roberto. Nicholas Craig, he's a crazy man. Where are we?
School was out and this sort of a buzz. But back then I didn't really know what it was. But now I see what happened is the way that people respond to summer madness. The weather is hot and girls are dressing less and checking out the fellas to tell them who's best. Riding around.
Yeah, that's not a great recording, that one. That ain't a great recording. It's a bit muffly. But there you go, Aston. Groovy Ghetto for you, mate. Heavy D. Will Smith. Yeah, nice looking tape that is, though. A nice looking tape, that. I've not seen one of those before. ARX. ARX 90. I don't know what the response is. What's it say on the J card? Anything? No. The front card's gone. But, it says it's acoustic response extra. Extra high mol, high output. So probably record that a bit hot then, maybe. So we got REM. Any Lionel Richie, Michael Bolton, Genesis? Do you want to try Genesis, does someone say? There's another one of these ARX tapes. We Can't Dance. I'm not really. I know Genesis is supposed to be one of them. Is it prog rock? I'm sure somebody did say something about Genesis and the tape's been chewed there where someone's not bothered to bloody rewind it. So annoying. Yeah. That needs rewinding and fast forwarding a few times, that one. You need to rewind your tapes, people. Throw Michael Bolton in the bin. What year is the radio and the name of the company? It's a Hacker RPC1. It's a cassette sovereign. That's the top panel there, Roberto. So it's an RPC1 Hacker, and we think it's around 77. I'm sure that's what Gerard said earlier, 1977. So.
Yeah, cause girls is players too. Keep it playing, baby. Cause girls is players too.
Right beside you down at the lake.
I'm on the radio now.
Because the civil servants went on strike. Yeah, we are talking 73.
For the final time.
Come on, please.
Pro. Moscow says it's targeting infrastructure sites, but once again, civilians have ended up in harm's way. For the 9-story building on rubble. Rescue teams have been trying to find survivors. Is anyone alive, they ask. Here, they then shout. The number of dead is likely to go up. The city's mayor, Boris Filatov, said...
So, Genesis, That's a good recording.
Well, the key to my survival was never in.
And they were found alive and safe. That's why there's always hope, and we're doing everything possible to
Your
rescue them.
time is
In Russia,
20:07 in Russia.
Killed in an explosion in the Belgorod region near the Ukrainian border. Local sources say a Russian
Cool, that's a bit
conscript was
spooky,
found with a grenade,
Roberto.
killing himself and 2 others.
Police in Afghanistan say gunmen have shot dead a woman who had been an MP
Head
in the
mess.
government that was overthrown by the
That sounds like Phil Collins, isn't it? Oh, you like that one, Luigi? Sorry, mate. I'll play it for you a bit longer then.
What would I do if we passed on the street? Would I keep running away?
That's a good recording, that is.
Hiding places, soon I'd have to face the facts. We'd have to sit down and talk it over. That would mean going back. They say the time's a healer, and now my wounds are not.
Let's fast forward on a little bit longer. Still the same song, I believe. I've never really listened to Genesis, to be fair. I might stick that in one of my Walkmans later on and have a listen. I know this one.
Well, he's been telling me that it's gonna be alright.
critically injured. Our correspondent Celestina Oluyede reports.
More than 300 mourners had come to St. Aloysius Church yesterday to pay their respects to Sara Sanchez and her mother, Frisa Calderon. Both had died after falling ill. As people left the church, gunshots were heard. The local priest
It was a very strange, loud, prolonged noise that I...
It's Genesis. It's Genesis, Rob. The album is We Can't Dance. I can't dance, I know that.
We were having our breakfast and we heard the gunshot, people running, and we've seen a person.
Any other requests? Because I'm going to shoot fairly shortly. DJ Crunchy, I know. I'm going to get done again, aren't I? But it's the trouble, you want to demonstrate these things, and the best way to demonstrate them is to play a bit of music on them. Snap along. kit, Christian.
Lead. So Williams would be sitting there thinking, you know, 4-1 down, I need to win at least 2 of the last 3. And then he had a chance at 4-3 behind, but unfortunately decelerated on an attempted double in the middle, and Judd made a brilliant 89.
Play resumes just after 7 o'clock tonight with 10 frames the target for victory. You can watch the final live on BBC Two. There was a 34-21 victory for Edinburgh away to Castres in Rugby Union's European Champions Cup.
I think what we ought to finish with is someone's mixtape, because back in the 80s, the mixtape was a big thing, I can tell you. The mixtape was the business. Everybody had a mixtape. So this is someone's mixtape. If you can see that, there's a camera. So it's my mixed faves. Now this is not my tape. I bought these as a job lot second hand from a lady somewhere in Somerset, I believe. And there might have been deepest, darkest Devon actually. Down near Tiverton way. I think it actually was Tiverton. But everybody had a mixtape back in the day. Even if you recorded it off the radio, you just wait for your favourite song to come on top of the pops and hit that pause button to set it going, or unpause it. So let's have a quick look at what this person's got on their faves tape, and then we'll call it a day. Surprise, I'm going to have to take this lot down and have a listen to this later. Oh, that one. Now, this is a BASF sound one. Simply Red, Fairground.
Cool. Talking with the twins.
Is that Fairground?
It's a big relief. You're effectively saying, because we are good at reading each
mixtapes
other's
are still
emotions,
big.
when he gets angry, that makes me angry.
I've actually done Mrs. Cruncher 2 mixtapes. Mrs. Cruncher's got her own Iowa personal stereo. Voiceover, yeah. Yeah, it is Fairground. See, I told you. Simply Red. You sent us a voice your tape when you were dating back in the 90s. She was living in Manchester, you were in Swansea. Yeah, it was the thing. What's the next one then? John Lennon. Thanks, Joseph.
Woman, I can hardly express my mixed emotions at my thoughtlessness.
It's a cracker. John Lennon, Woman. I don't know if that was actually John Lennon singing. It might have been. Again, this is, I don't know if this is recorded or could have been recorded on someone's boombox. You just don't know, do you? Oh, this is a smoocher. Who's this then? Defo mine. It's mine now. Oh, that was John singing. Santana, is it? That's good. To be fair, I'm liking this mixtape. It is mine, Sean. Santana. I think my revenue's gone out the window for this video today, don't you? Oh well. Some good guitar stuff going on there. Beauty. Yeah, this is nice. I'm liking whoever this is has got some taste. Shwaddy Waddy. Dr. Teeth, then Mungo Jerry in the summertime. Simon, I've inspired you to do some work on your hackers. Good stuff, mate. Well, obviously these cassette decks do benefit from a I don't know who this is. That sounds a bit of Mediterranean stuff. Sounds Spanish. Anybody any idea who that was then? It sounds familiar. It almost sounds like there's going to be some singing coming. Green Onions. Is it? Is that Green Onions? I'm not sure. Moria Lee. I'll tell you what, the person that's recorded this has got some taste, you know. I can't knock it. Can't knock it. Brian Ferry, Booker T. Roxy Music. Addicted to Love.
Photos of the guest helped to peel back
I'm going to get in trouble, aren't I?
their story and unearth different.
Booker T and the MGs, yeah.
Lauren Laverne's castaway this week was Sir Malcolm Walker.
Oh, Robert
he said
Palmer,
something
was it,
about
Lee?
classical music that made my ears prick up. He was.
I suppose easy to get confused with no, wrong one. Fast forward. Brian Ferry, I suppose. Very similar, isn't that? You wanted to be Brian Ferry, Sean, did you? Keep your motor running. Who's this then?
Get your motor running. Head out on the highway. Looking for adventure.
Well done, Roberto.
And whatever comes our way.
I'm in deep. I'm in beyond the point of no return, I think, Danish.
I was never a fan of classical music, and then one day at home I was listening to the radio, and this magical picture.
Keep your motor running. That's some good stuff on this. There you go. Brian. Sean Ferry. So we got Phil again. No, this is In the Air Tonight, isn't it? Of course it is. Is this the one with the drum solo in it?
Can you feel it coming in the air tonight? Oh Lord.
This is the one that the ape does, isn't it, on the advert? Does sound good, doesn't it, for a mixtape? Someone's recorded this quite nice. It's on this one, I think, isn't it?
I've seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am.
Three Wheels on Your Wagon. The Hank Marvin, is it? It's a good drum solo. Everything on the micro circuits was from 1972. The device will be 49 years old. 72. I was 8 years old then, I think. 8 years old I was, Roberto, then. James, what's all a pack of lies, mate? Tell us. Sean is Brian. What's a pack of lies, James? You got to tell me. Don't leave me hanging. Come on, get on with the drum solo, Phil. Oh, just a song lyric. I got you, James. Good tune. Cheers, Harvey. Thanks, mate. It's a line in that tune. I got you. The drum solo must have just been in the adverts. Classic tune, isn't it? Get on with it, Phil. So I wonder what the next one on the mixtape is going to be. Got a couple more minutes. It sounds familiar. You've got to scream a bit first. Not sure on that one. That's obviously one Sean put on here. All right. True. Spandau Ballet. See, I was in there first. That is Spandau Ballet, isn't it? Oh no, maybe it's not.
Found the lady with the fat diamond ring. Then you know I can't remember a damn thing. I think it's one of those deja vu things. Or a dream is trying to tell me something. But we'll have to stop thinking about it. I don't know. I doubt it. Subterranean by design. I wonder what I would find if I met you. Let my eyes caress you until I meet the thought of Mrs. Princess who. Often wonder what makes her.
Oh, it's PM Dawn, is it? It's PM Dawn, so they've sampled True, haven't they?
Probably alone, solitaire. I can remember when I caught up with a pastime intimate friend.
It's a good mixtape, isn't it?
She was right though, I can't lie. She's just one of those corners of my mind, and I just put her right back with the rest. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, they've sampled True, haven't they? They ruined a great song. They ruined a great song. I like it. Well, there we go. Side 1 played. I'm going to listen to side 2 on my Walkman later. But that's it for today, people. I've gone over a little bit, but you know, it's been fun. I'm so pleased that that is now working. So thanks for all your support and help, people. But I'm going to take my cassette and go downstairs and eat my tea and listen to a bit of someone else's mixtape. B-side. I don't know, there might not be anything on the B-side. It's just got A-side on it. So you never know. It might be a blankety blank on the B-side. Some good tunes on there, actually. Yeah, it's a good mixtape, that. I like finding stuff like that, you know. Yeah, I do like finding the old mixtapes. It's worth buying these collections just for the mixtapes, really. So there you go. I hope you've enjoyed that. If you have, give it a thumbs up, and any comments, leave it in the comments section below. Thanks to my channel members, you're brilliant, and my Patreons. Thank you very, very much, and for all your tips and super chats today. Much appreciated. Cheers, Aston. Pioneer Mixer used to mix songs. Good night. Thanks all. 7-3 Danish. Cheers all. So there we are. A bit of music for me to get rid of tomorrow when I get all the copyright hits flying in. If it's more than about 5, then I'll give up on it, and it'll just have to stay as it is. Anyway, people, cheers for now, and I've got that's the end of that one really, because all I've got to do now is really just put it back in the case. I'll shoot a little video of it all working, which I'll stick on Patreon and channel memberships, and then it'll be going back to its owner once I've sorted the case out. So, bye for now all, catch you soon.